Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot, and today we'll fly and see Santa. Or to be more precise, we are gonna fly on the very same named event on VATSIM leading us to Rovaniemi Airport in Finland, the so-called home of Santa Claus. So, for the aircraft we have chosen our NetJet citation longitude, and we'll fly from Munich, which is also running a VATSIM event today on the 11 to 11 event. So all in all, some very promising flights, and the overall flight time is going to be in the region of just about 2.5 hours-ish. So that does promise to provide us with a lengthy time and cruise where we can have a closer look at the longitude systems, and where we can also have a closer look into some of the, let's call it features that come with corporate aviation and flying to remote places like Rovaniemi, where we are heading today. So, all of that said, let's head over into our aircraft and, well, first of all, let's have a look into the flight plan for the day. And as always, I have used Simbri for our flight planning, and we do have an arrival slot today, so we've got to be a little bit aware of our time, as we are going to use, as we will have to take off on time so that we can actually make it to Rovaniemi in time for our arrival slot. If and how we can coordinate that with our friends in Munich is going to be an interesting thing for the day, and that is going to be some of the very first things that I am actually going to do today. So, good evening everyone, and everybody who has joined in the chat as well. So, this is our ride for the day, the citation longitude. And as always, let's have a look into the flight plan to see what we are up to. So this is our Sim Toolkit Pro for the day. We can see Munich, well, not so good weather, but slowly going all the way up to our destination. Well, some snow showers currently going through at Rovaniemi, and the TAF actually says the same thing. Let's have a quick look into our destination. Sim Toolkit Pro thankfully offers us to view the HOTAS as well. And they are using the RMP approach at the moment for runway 03, and they do have some light snow conditions, temperatures -6 degrees. So that does promise to get interesting. Then let's have a look into the HOTAS in Munich as well. This is what we have at the moment, runway 26 in use. And over here they do have, or rather they have had a couple of rain showers. Every now and then there are still some raindrops falling, but overall, cloud cover scattered 1000, temperature 0, so we do have freezing conditions today, so we have to take into account of that, and temporarily moderate snow, so chances are that Munich might close temporarily as well. Okay, let's have a look into our operational flight plan then. Our arrival slot is 21:22, and in here we are planned at 21:24, but we can fly a tiny bit faster to make up for that. As we can see, we're scheduled for an off-block at 30, and airborne at 45, and that airborne at 45 here, that is what we will ideally try to achieve, or to be airborne a tiny bit earlier so that we can fly a little bit slower en route, and thus make it easier for us to make the arrival slot. Planned at flight level 450, that should clear us of any traffic around, and that is actually the service ceiling of the longitude as well. And in the flight plan I have already included 1 hour of extra fuel for possible snow clearing, and of course for the VATSIM event factor that we will most certainly run into on our arrival in Rovaniemi. I'm not so sure how serious they take it with the slots over there, so we do have one, but if we are actually going to need it or not is something that we will have to see later on. Okay, so quick look into the forecast then. Rovaniemi, forecast temporarily overnight, light snow, 7,000 meters visibility, broken clouds. And for our alternate kitty layer, we are seeing same thing, 6,000 meters in light snow. So that is what we have to plan with. Of course, our alternate is going to be busy as well. So I would say with the hour extra fuel that we are going to take, we will be running pretty well. So, quick look into the load sheet then. We are planned with 3 passengers for today. So let's go ahead and actually set that up within the flight simulator. Unfortunately, we still need to make use of those default menus here, which unfortunately does come with flying the longitude. So for the fuel, I'm happy to go with the OFP fuel, so make that 7.8. Here we go, 7.8, and then let's quickly go into the payload. We have the pilot, the co-pilot, and then we have 3 passengers weighing 170 pounds each. And that makes up a gross weight of 32.2, and we are planned at 31.9, which is the takeoff weight minus 150 pounds of fuel, so roughly. This is roughly exactly where we are. Okay, so that's our aircraft refueled. Let's head over into the flight deck. And one of the first things that I'm going to do when we're inside the cockpit is to call delivery and try to coordinate our departure slot. Because I have a feeling they might be running very busy here in Munich. So I cannot guarantee, or rather I can initially not guarantee, that we actually get the departure slot that we do require for our arrival slot in Rovaniemi. And someone is asking there, is there a website that pilots typically use to check for weather? The answer is we get all of that by our company. So no, there isn't. Okay, so let's power that airplane up. So our G5000 is booting up. And by the way, I have to correct what I said in an earlier live stream, that the 3000 and 5000 are basically the same in the simulator. That used to be the case with the previous version, but now they are no more. Okay. Emergency lights on, tail floodlight, recognition lights, and we can turn our belts on as well. Oh look, it started snowing again. So we'll probably have to de-ice our aircraft as well. Well, that promises to get interesting. So let's actually make sure that the very first thing we do is to coordinate all of that with delivery. Otherwise, I'm a little bit afraid for the slot over here.
Scandinavian 1712, read back correct. For pushback contact, München apron on 121.775, goodbye.
München Delivery, schönen guten Abend, Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, München Delivery, service.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, just wondering, we have an arrival slot in Rovaniemi. Are you guys slotting at the moment as well?
No, we're not. Sorry.
Roger, so we can expect a more or less on-time departure with the liftoff at about 45 then, if we are ready in time?
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, if you give me your slot you'd like to have, I can try and make it for you to depart exactly at the time.
That would be perfect. Can you make it 1943? Correction, 1843.
Correction 5 X-Ray Zulu, roger, thank you. 1843.
1843, the airborne time. Thank you very much, and we call you back for clearance in a couple minutes.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, if you could maybe file as soon as possible so I can add it to your scratch pad.
Ah, sorry, I thought I filed the flight plan already. I'm filing it right now. Okay, that's very nice of the controllers. And Grandom, thank you so much for the 32 euros and 10 cents donation for the honeycomb. Thank you so much. You guys might have seen it. I started saving for a honeycomb Bravo throttle, and yeah, that is that little bar up there on the top right is my current savings for it. Okay, let's leave the frequency once again. A little bit silent certainly can't hurt. So electrical, we are running off the ground power. That's probably the most important thing here right now. So let's start and run our pre-flight checks. So, basic empty weight plus crew and stores, we are at 340 pounds together. And we can, sorry, we've set that. So, payload, we will be running 3 passengers at a weight of 170 pounds each and 0 cargo. Actually, is that correct? I do think we have some cargo on board. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, we have 100 pounds of cargo. It's pretty cold over in Rovaniemi, so these guys definitely need some jackets. Okay, let's synchronize the fuel on board. Perfect. And the estimated fuel reserves for our flight are going to be in the region of approximately 1,265. Perfect. So, let's start with a flight plan setup. We will be departing Munich. And we're going to Echo Fox Romeo Oscar, Rovaniemi. Our departure is probably going to be runway 26 right, so Anchor 9 on November departure. And we can load that one in. So, after Anchor, Yankee 104 towards Marmor. And Lima 132 Agnaf. I just totally love how they have redone this G5000. This is really superb. This is really superb. Right, then on towards Kilnu. Direct Unrik. It becomes more and more common that we have so many simple waypoints and no more airways included due to the free route airspace that is being implemented more and more. I am going to tell you a couple more details about free route airspace as we are en route, but for now it shall suffice to say that we are using less and less airways and more waypoints. The big threat that comes with this, of course, is that it might be very easy to miss a waypoint as you are programming the FMC. And that is something that actually happened to me in real life already, and we actually didn't catch it in the briefing, so the only moment we caught it was when air traffic control asked us if somebody had given us a direct that they didn't know about. That happens in real life all the time, but, you know, in the end it was no problem, but of course it could potentially have become one if there would have been traffic next to us. So that's why we will do a very close route check in a few moments. Okay, and on towards Renvi. And then for the arrival, they are using an RNAV approach for runway 03 at the moment. This aircraft, luckily, we can even use the LPV minimum, so that is something really nice. Oh, which arrival do we have? Renvi to Delta, maybe we should put that in first. And here we go, Renvi to Delta, gonna load that one in. And then finally, let's go ahead and load the approach. And it's gonna be the RF approach for runway 03. Let's quickly see what that star has as final waypoint. Oh, why don't we see the star in here? Okay, then we just do it from the flight plan. And that one says we go to Ropov, so let's look that up. We don't need a course reversal. Thank you. So that arrival is pretty much direct. Okay, I can live with that. Then let's do some takeoff performance, and this is going to be an interesting thing here. It is going to be runway 26 right. Let's have a look at that METAR at the moment. So we have 290 at 4, 7,000 meters, scattered 1,000, temperature 0, QNH 1007, temporarily 4,000 meters in snow. broken 900. So in real life, that would be my indication that we are going to be delayed today. That would absolutely be my indication that we are going to be delayed. But let's take it the easy way at the moment and assume we are going to be on time. Okay, so that stuff is in, and temperature 0 is good as well. So, runway, takeoff run available. That's actually where things are going to become a little interesting, because we will, of course, be able to depart from intersections. So, after I did my last video where I explained the how to find the takeoff run available, I also featured Munich Airport, and somebody told me that, hey, did you know that in Munich you actually have those values published on a separate chart? So why not go ahead and actually try to find that particular chart? So, welcome to the Navigraph charts, and now we've got to find the chart that lists us. Gotta be this one. It is this one, surprise. Okay, 26 right, we'll take Alpha 10 intersection, giving us 2,260 meters of takeoff run, and if we have to equate that into feet, we're going to end up at 7,415. So let's use that. Okay, takeoff config, we definitely will have the anti-ice on. Let's add a 15% factor as well, because the runway is going to be contaminated. Will likely be a rolling takeoff using flaps 1. So let's see about those speeds. Okay, we require 4,560 feet versus 7,415 available. Okay, we're gonna accept those speeds, and that pretty much concludes that look. If we have the chart open already, let's also take a quick moment to have a look into the chart itself. And let's take a quick moment to flick this to a night theme. Much better. Oh, the routing is on the runway track towards 1900 feet. That one I do happen to know by heart, but it would also be in the description down here. Okay, so then Delta Mike 066, maximum 220 knots, and we have that in here. Then a right-hand turn, Delta Mike 064, maximum 250 knots, that's in here as well. And then we continue via Delta Mike 057 towards Anchor, which is exactly what we have in here. Initial climb is going to be flight level 70, so let's go ahead and set that one as well. And this is it. Okay then, rest of the systems, probably quite cold in the plane right now. So before our passengers arrive... Yes, it is quite cold, 1 degree inside. Let's fire that APU up and get the cabin warm before we start our boarding. At the same time, I'll just start with the PFD setup already. 30 inches per second, 2974. And if we turn the standby instrument on, then we can actually see something. Here we are, 2974. Okay, and back to hectopascals. Better. Okay. So guys, armed. We can arm the auto throttle as well. No, actually we can only do that after engine start. Okay, the runway track is about correct already. So the APU is supplying air. We are slowly warming up the cabin. In the meantime, we'll do a quick system check of the remaining systems of the aircraft to make sure that we are fully serviceable today. Interesting to see how the fuel lines are working in here to actually feed the APU. Fuel temperature 6 degrees, so let's see if that is going to become an issue over the course of the day. Anti-ice Now this is actually a point where we should force the pedostatic anti-ice on. But if that actually works, is something that I can not really tell you yet, but hopefully in a few moments. So the remaining systems here. Didn't this aircraft actually have a page to show us about the anti-ice? Well, doesn't look like it. Okay. We can live with that as well. Anyway, very important, in conditions like these, where it is actually snowing outside from temporarily at 0 degrees, do turn your probe heat on the ground already. And we can see that on here as well, pedostatic push button on, but we can reset those warnings because they are not really important for us. Rest of the systems, everything is pretty much set to normal. We are aware of the pedostatic down here. And that's it. Okay then. So in 6 minutes we want to start our engines. Let's see how the cabin is looking. 16, 17 degrees right now. That means we can start our boarding. And while they are boarding, let's go ahead and do a quick departure briefing. So threats for this departure are definitely going to be that we will have a rather long taxi. Now it stopped snowing, so it's not going to be too much of a problem. In terms of our holdover time. But just to keep that in mind, if it starts snowing again, then we might have to go and de-ice the airplane. Okay, that's pretty much that part. Then let's do a route check. That's, as I said earlier, quite important to do when you manually have to enter so many different waypoints. Let's go ahead, Sim Toolkit Pro. And this is what we need. So we are departing Munich, and our routing is going to be via the airway Yankee 104 Marmor, Lima 132 Agnav, direct Supil, direct Kilnu, direct Unrik, direct Bodla, Lima 132 Demur, direct Lucid, direct Armot, Zulu 228 Nilok, direct Spupek, direct Renvi. And that is a ground distance in total 1201. Can we see that somewhere? How long the actual ground distance is going to be cumulative? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, doesn't matter though. We closely checked that everything is in place. So we're sitting on the southern ramp at the moment. Let's get up the taxi chart so that you guys can see what we are up to today. And this is what we need. So, we're sitting down here on apron 8 at the moment. It is going to be startup on stand, and then we taxi via Romeo in either Sierra 4 or Sierra 3. I do estimate Sierra 4. Sierra. And then either via Whiskey 1 or via Whiskey 2, they will cross us to the north. And then via November, we take Alpha 10 intersection, and then we can take anything longer as well. For our departure then, Anchor 9 November departure, all ANAF is going to be straight ahead Delta Mike 066, Max 220, right turn Delta Mike 064, Delta Mike 057 and Anchor. And we had checked those earlier on, but once again, here they are. Initial climb, flight level 70, MSA 4000 feet. And the temperature is 0, so we have to correct those, and that is going to be about 250 feet more. So the corrected MSA is 2450. So in case of any emergencies, we'll just go straight ahead, climb into 5000 feet, and that is going to keep us safe. Do you have any questions about that departure briefing? No, very good. Okay, then let's go ahead and get our IFR clearance.
Delivery Lufthansa 22 Alpha Bravo.
Lufthansa 22 Alpha Bravo, München delivery.
Richard delivery, good evening. Lufthansa 22 Alpha Bravo is type CRJ 700 at stand 323, request IFR to Vienna, we have Victor.
Lufthansa 22 Alpha Bravo, you filed named valid routes. Would you like to find which with a SID that doesn't exist and a endpoint of a SID that doesn't exist. Would you like to find one yourself, or should we try and find one?
I'll have a look at it. Stand by.
Thank you.
Delivery Logan, Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu with information Delta, I believe. Request startup.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, information Victor. Startup approved, cleared Rovaniemi. Anchor 9 November departure, flight plan route, climb message, flight level 70, squawk 2303.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, startup approved, cleared Rovaniemi via Anchor 9 November departure, flight plan route, climber asset, flight level 70, squawk 2303.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, reader correct for taxi, contact München Apron on 121.775, goodbye.
121.775, and thank you very much for the service, Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu.
And 22 Alpha Bravo has the correct flight.
Okay, so
Now, so we should be ready to go.
that's our clearance. In that case, let's go ahead and
Bravo, correct. I'll need a second to
let's go ahead and do those
thing.
checklists.
I'll call you in a second.
Provided I can find them. God, I'm well prepared today.
925 ready.
Almost at least.
Stand by.
Did I just say I was well prepared? Oh boy. This very moment, my
Under 2 Papa Yankee, stand by. Call you in a second.
lovely checklist just about went away. So
Delivery service Lufthansa.
give me a second and we will be running again. I literally managed to lose my checklist right now. That is a little embarrassing, if I'm honest. That is a little embarrassing. But we'll have it up in a moment again. I'm just trying to find it. The checklist I used for the citation is actually from flightsim.to, so while I'm on it, let me actually just find it for you guys so that we can have a look at the checklist all together.
Elevation delivery, got a Condor 5 for whiskey.
Stand by one, and I'll have the link for you in a moment.
Condor 5 for Whiskey München delivery servers, stand by a second. Lufthansa 22 Alpha Bravo now, information Victor.
Okay, so I've put the link to the checklist in the video description below, and that is going to be the one that we will be using today. So I just found that there actually is a second checklist available as well, which does actually look pretty good as well. But I would say for the course of today we will be happy with the one that I have just sent you. And there are a couple questions there. One of them being, the aircraft we are flying is the citation longitude, and there is a question as well about how fast this airplane cruises. And the answer is that the longitude cruises at the speed of Mach 0.82, with the option to go as fast as Mach 0.84.
Lufthansa 1958, startup approved for pushback contact to München apron on 121.925 service.
Okay, so here we have it. Let's do the cockpit items checklist. Circuit breakers in, standby power, that is located back here, is on, battery is on, electronic instrument system and crew alert system checked, oxygen system checked, hydraulic data checked, APU started, external power, let's see, disconnected now. Cockpit controls checked, trims, we have them set. Fuel quantity and standard gravity, so we have 7,800 pounds on board, and for our flight we require 7,700 exactly. Okay, autopilot disengaged, cockpit items complete. Then, we have received startup clearance. Anti-collision light on. What on earth is this? Sounds like a good moment to change to the apron frequency. Okay, so, before start checklist. Park and brake set, wheel chocks removed, cabin door closed, passenger briefing complete, seatbelts on, gas checked, recognition lights on, clear behind, fuel shut-off valve open. Before start checklist complete, and start engine number 2.
Approved facing south and blue line, yet 925.
And sorry for that little delay, guys, that was a bit embarrassing.
Scandinavian 1712, taxi to entry November 2, via Echo 1, Charlie 4, Whiskey 1.
Okay, good start number 2. And the cover is back on, start number 1. And we have 2 good starts. Okay, so it is not snowing at the moment, so we can extend our flaps. So, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left, full right, neutral.
113 Bravo.
And the before taxi checklist. Flight controls free and correct. APU off, speed brake retracted. Flight instruments and avionics checked. Ice protection. You know what? Let's turn this on. The pitot static will come on automatically now that the engines are running. Before start checklist complete.
Thanks for flying. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
München Airport Hello, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, request taxi.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, München Apron. Hello. Set Quark 2303. Taxi to entry 04 via Romeo.
Quark 2303, taxi entry Sierra 4 via Romeo, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, clear left, clear right, and entry Sierra 4 is the one off to our right hand side. So, taxi light on. Let's dim those cockpit lights a little. Park and brake off. And we'll just have to avoid that equipment, which we cannot get rid of. So, let's go! Right is clear. Left is clear. Okay. Left and right are both still clear. So, to the end, to the right, whole shot of the southern main taxiway.
Scandinavian 1712.
And I see there are quite a lot of questions in the chat at the moment. I'm going to answer those when we're in the air, okay? Because on a complicated airport like Munich, I do prefer if I can actually concentrate on the task at hand, which at this moment is taxiing our airplane. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Sierra 4.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, taxi to entry Sierra 5 via Sierra.
Taxi Sierra 5 via Sierra, Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, so that's a left-hand turn, and then an immediate left turn onto the first taxiway.
Yacht 925 ready for taxi.
Yacht 925, taxi to entry.
Right is
Sierra 5
clear,
via Whiskey
left
1.
is clear.
Taxi to entry Sierra 5, Whiskey 1 Blue, Yacht 925.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, taxi to entry November 2 via Whiskey 1 Orange Line, Charlie 1.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, taxi entry November 2 via Whiskey 1 Orange Line and November 1. Sorry, confirm November 2 via Whiskey 1 Orange and Charlie 1, Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, thank you, connect.
Clear left and clear right, and we go into the orange line over here.
Scandinavian 1712, contact ground 121, decimal 975, bye-bye.
Okay, this gentleman is on the blue line, so he's not going to pose an issue to us.
121, decimal 975, bye-bye.
Normally you can have an aircraft on the blue line and an aircraft on the orange line, and there's going to be like 1 or 2 meters in between the wingtips of the two aircraft. We have that at my home base as well, and it really does look very, very close every time, but overall it works, so there is no reason to change the system until it doesn't work anymore. And we all know what that means, but that's the truth of how it works. That guy's definitely behind the line here. He's too big for the parking position he's in.
Fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, contact ground on 121, decimal 975, bye-bye, Devil.
121, decimal 975, fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, cheers. Okay, to the right, first to the left. München ground, hello, fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, November 2.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, München ground, hello. Taxi only point runway 26 right via November Alpha 12.
Taxi only point 26 right, November Alpha 12, fraction 5, X-ray Zulu. Okay, there's a Scandinavian over there that we don't want to run into, and then on the left-hand side we are clear. Okay.
München ground, Servus Yacht 925 for Sierra 5.
Condor 2 Papa Yankee, München ground, hello. Taxi holding point runway 26 right by November Alpha 13.
Okay, let's hope he's eventually going to taxi a bit faster. Otherwise it is going to be a very long taxi. In the meantime, let's go ahead and do our review of the takeoff briefing. So it's going to be a lefty takeoff on runway 26 right, flaps 1, noise abatement departure procedure number 2, and the takeoff speeds are going to be 109, 113, 128. The SID it has an initial speed limit of 220 knots maximum, and we are going to obey with that, and thereafter there is a 250 knot restriction as well. Speed limit is set to the FMS already. The SID itself is a right-hand turn, climbing to flight level 70 initially. We have to be a little bit careful with that, as this aircraft climbs so incredibly fast. So likely the tower is going to hand us over to the departure controller rather late, at least for the vertical speed at which we are climbing. So we have to be a little bit careful there that we don't overshoot our initial cleared altitude. And we also have to be careful with arriving traffic, as arriving traffic is going over our because arriving traffic is going right over our departure route. So reducing that vertical speed in line with the 3-to-1 rule is going to be something very important on this particular departure. Okay, I would say emergencies. The corrected MSA, the temperature corrected MSA is 4,300 feet rounded up. So anything above that is going to keep us safe, and that's within 25 miles of the airport.
5 X-ray Zulu, News Quark 2120.
Quark 2120, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, Squawk 2120. That's it. Okay, I would say that is pretty much it then. Yeah, let's say in case of an emergency we just go to 5,000 feet. That is the simplest and safest option. Any questions on the departure briefing? No? Okay, very well. Then let's go ahead and read our checklist. Before takeoff checklist, down to the line. Flaps. 1. Speed brakes. Retracted. Boy, this car is going slow. So, speed brake, retracted, trims, set for takeoff, ice protection. Well, at the moment it doesn't look like there is anything. We can see the lights of the arrivals, so ice protection. Can actually turn the engine engines back off. That. Takeoff speeds, displayed, nav source, FMS, speed knob, FMS, crew briefing complete, weather radar off. Before takeoff checklist complete. This guy is literally going like 10 knots. And knots all the way. That hurts.
Conda 5 for Whiskey, München Ground to low taxi holding point runway 26 right via November Alpha 13.
Here 26 right via November Alpha 13, Conda 5 for Whiskey.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, ready for departure, able Alpha 10.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Roger, taxi runway 26 right via November Alpha 10.
Holding point 26 right via Alpha 10, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, so next left. I wonder why it doesn't give us the handoff to the tower already. In real life they do that all the time. I guess here in Vatsum he wants to wait if I indeed do the left turn over here. Let's see if he thinks of us or not. My important point is I want to call the tower before the Scandinavian does, so that we get priority from the tower. And Vatsum often it is really first call, first serve. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, ready.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, contact tower 1187, building.
1187, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, bye. München Tower low, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Alpha 10, ready for departure.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, München Tower, servus.
Okay, we are 5 minutes past our optimal takeoff time already.
6 right, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, under Super Pink.
ECA Papa Yankee, contact München radar 123.9, have a nice flight.
123.9, have a good one, Super Pink.
Okay, there comes the whole throttle line. This is really difficult to see. This is really difficult to see. They should repaint those markings. and make them a little bit brighter. Okay. So, a little bit of waiting right now. Then we'll hopefully get our clearance in the next minute or so. Let's see. Yeah, we should be the next ones, I believe. After the landing, I guess.
Lufthansa 116 proceeding, traffic just airborne, wind 290 degrees, 4 knots, runway 26 right, clear to land. Contour 2 Papa Yankee, contact München radar 123.9, have a nice flight.
123.9, thanks for service, bye-bye.
Can pre-select that as well. Isn't it just lovely how big those screens over here are? Especially now when I'm dimming the lights a little bit. So, timer is pre-selected. And on radio number 2 we can tune 1 to 1.5.
Scandinavian 1712 München Tower, good evening. Lufthansa 4 Mike Charlie, München Tower, service, 1 departure ahead.
Let's hope that that's us.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, line up runway 26 right.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, line up runway 26 right. Okay, so before takeoff checklist below the line, and I just see a couple of snowflakes here. Let's turn the anti-ice back on. But if it doesn't start snowing much stronger now, then I'll just ignore that a little bit.
5 X-ray Zulu, wind 290 degrees, 4 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 26 right, clear takeoff, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, so below the line, flight controls free, ice protection on, exterior lights.
975.
Set. And the CAS is checked. Wow, visibility is going down. Really starts snowing now. Let's get out of here as soon as possible before anything can freeze on our aircraft. Timing, set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal, 80 knots, thrust checked. V1, rotate.
Lufthansa 1958, München Tower, good evening.
Gear up, positive rate.
Lufthansa 4 Mike Charlie, proceeding, traffic just airborne, wind 290 degrees, 4 knots, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Double change, autopilot,
Tower, good day, Condor 5, 4,
and auto throttle.
Contour 54, Whiskey München
Time
Tower.
thrust set.
Scandinavian 1712, behind landing, Airbus A320 on short final, line up runway 26 right behind.
Flaps up. Okay, 3,000 to go, vertical speed. $2,000 to go, set standard. Passing flight level 53.
Contact München radar 123.9, schönen dritten Advent.
123.9, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, danke ebenso. München radar low, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, passing flight level 60, climbing 70, Anchor 9 on November.
Ryanair 24 Sierra, descent level 80.
Nope, that's not ours.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, München radar hello identified. Call you for higher traffic above.
5 X-ray Zulu, roger.
KLM 1567, speech 240.
12 meter standard, and having a look at that TCAS, I can definitely see that traffic. Look at this. Loads of traffic here.
KLM 1567, I will back to you. Fly heading 120.
This is what I meant in the departure briefing. The arrival transition goes exactly like this. So right over us. So if we don't carefully approach our cleared altitude, then we might very easily run into a TCAS conflict there.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, direct Akini.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, direct Akini.
EZ8 Papa Yankee, contact radar 132550, goodbye.
Okay, Akini, direct.
Pendular 2 Papa Yankee, contact radar 132550, goodbye.
And the after takeoff checklist. Landing gear up, flaps up, throttles as needed, ice protection on, pressurization.
Fraction 5
2.5 psi set.
Zulu, climb unrestricted flight level 190.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, climb unrestricted flight level 190. Set. 190 checked. Level change.
981 Alpha, descent level 8.
And we can see the other aircraft is now clear behind us. And we're out of the IMC, very good. Engine anti-ice off. Look at this rate of climb. 5,500.
Left heading 100.
Look at this.
KLM 1567, descent level 80.
Just look at this. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Okay, and we're passing 10,000. Let's do the 10 checks. Our fuel is balanced with both pumps on, lights
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu,
off.
contact radar 132550, happy flight, bye.
132550, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, cheers. München radar low, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, passing flight level 132, climbing 190 inbound Akini.
5 X-ray Zulu, München service identified, climb level 260.
Climb flight level 260, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Set, 260 checked. Okay, so 10 checks once again. Fuel is balanced with both pumps on, the lights are off, APU is off. Pressurization 5.6, maintaining and set. That is going to start climbing very soon. Okay, so seatbelts. I would say we are pretty much clear. Seatbelts are off. And that's the 10 checks almost complete. Monitoring 1 to 1.5. Okay, so climbing on the way. Let's see if we can actually get all the way to flight level 450. And Oleg, yes, that is absolutely a realistic rate of climb for the longitude. Okay, starting the acceleration to climb speed, but we're running pretty late. Let's go to VNAV and change that into a high-speed climb. Okay, 300 knots, that's better. Because we departed at 50, while our target would have been 43 in order to make our arrival slot. So let's fly the plane a little bit faster. But I'm gonna keep with a high speed because up at higher altitudes the climb performance really degrades if you're going very slow, so I'm pretty happy to just keep the speed as it is right now and get the airplane up like that. Once we're at the higher flight levels, so once we're above level 400, there is not going to be any restricting traffic anymore, so then we can really just firewall everything and bring the plane all the way up. But we can see we have somebody else on the same airway just in front of us, and he's about 15 miles away, so if I'm just going too fast right now, then that guy is just going to slow us down. That's why I'm keeping the speed at 300 right now. Something like that seems to be what most sim pilots fly, if not even faster. So I'm keeping the speed at that, and we are going to outclimb him anyway. I mean, he took off like 3 minutes before us, and we've almost caught up with him. He's just 1,400 feet above us right now. The climb performance...
5 X-ray Zulu, climb to level 450.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, climb flight level 450. And here we go. That, and that's 450 tracked, which is the final level. Monitoring 1 to 1.5. Okay, let's bring our cockpit lights up once again. Really dark in here. Okay. And we don't need that tail floodlight, do we? We can put the rocket lights on, I guess. Let's see how long it takes until we've outclimbed the gentleman in front of us. Can't be very long, that much I can say for sure. The other thing that I did want to show you, by the way, as you may or may not be aware, they are currently running an event over in the north, and that Fly and See Santa event really is one of the busiest events there are in Europe. So let's just take a small moment and have a quick look into what is currently going on over there. For 1 second, have it in a moment. And here we are. Look at this. This is absolutely incredible how many aircraft there are on the way up north. And if we just look in the area around our destinations, quite a couple guys in Mount Kittilä already. And I guess these guys are holding over here at Rovaniemi as well. And as you can see, the flood of aircraft raining in on Rovaniemi is just incredible. Compared to that, the other arrival airports, up here at Tromsø and up here Kiruna, they look like almost nothing is happening. But if we look at Rovaniemi and at what's going on over there, let's see if we can get some details. Yeah, 126 arrivals. That is about as much as they normally get during a Cross the Pond event or something. So, an absolutely incredible event they are pulling off every year there in the north. And that is on an airport that has maybe 20 parking spots or so. It's part of the reasons why I chose the longitude for today's flight. The plane is so small you can just stuff it in between two airliners, somewhere on 2 adjacent parking spots, versus with the 737, on a past iteration of the event, I've had to go into a holding just because there was no free parking spot anywhere on the entire airport. That's something I wanted to avoid for today, because the flight is long enough already at about 2.5 hours. At least we're having a good tailwind there, 74 knots of tailwind, already doing 520 knots, and it is going to become much more on the way up, so that's at least going to make good a little bit of the time that we spent at the holding point and that we spent taxiing behind that guy going 10 knots over like 3 kilometers. As soon as we're up in cruise and have reached our cruising speed, we can then also have a look at our estimated time of arrival, and then we can adjust our speed accordingly to make our arrival slot. The arrival slot 21:22 UTC, so that's what we have to aim for to actually touch down at our destination. But if that is going to work out, we'll see. As soon as we're entering Scandinavian airspace, I'm fairly sure we are going to receive speed control anyway in order to start separating us from the other aircraft also going to Rovaniemi. So, passing level 300, 12 minutes in the air. Again, exceptional climb performance that we see of the longitude, but that is as per the real longitude. You have to keep in mind, while flight level 300 is a very high flight level, we still have another 15,000 feet to go till our cruising level. Okay, changed over to a constant Mach climb right now. That is going to boost our climb performance once again. Let's see what that is going to stabilize on. Yeah, 3,000 feet a minute. But we're losing a bit more speed than we're supposed to lose, so eventually I bet it's going to be something like 2,500 or so. And we've already outclimbed the guy in front of us. Oh, is there any indication left of him? No, we've outclimbed him. Doesn't really surprise me though. Still doing 3,000 feet a minute. That's nice to see. That's really nice to see. By the way, something to watch out for as we're climbing to the higher flight levels. We're doing Mach 0.8 right now, and we will keep doing Mach 0.8 until our cruising level. But do note the true airspeed up here. It's currently showing us 460 knots, and as we're gaining higher altitudes, that true airspeed is eventually going to drop to something like 430 knots or so, while maintaining the same Mach number of Mach 0.80. And that has to do with the density and especially the temperatures in the atmosphere. So do note over here, currently we have ISA deviation -6, and the static air temperature is -56 degrees. And that is staying constant as we climb. That means that we have already passed our throttle pause, and therefore, as the temperature stays constant, and the Mach number is exclusively dependent on the temperature, that means that our true airspeed is going to get less as we climb at a constant Mach number. So, 1,700 feet a minute now, passing 360. And Ductas, yes, I did actually book a slot. And Metal Eye, that's a good one. No, the slot books Amy. But yeah, I did book a slot actually. We have to. If we are flying to such a busy event without a slot, no, we just can't do that. We have to have a slot. Especially, I looked at the amount of slots they had, and it showed that basically they had one slot every 2 minutes. In other words, assuming that everybody actually catches their slot and that everybody actually arrives at the time that they have been scheduled to arrive, that actually means that we do have plenty of aircraft inbound already. In other words, not a lot of free spaces for other arrivals. Normally one aircraft every 2 minutes is about the minimum that, or actually the maximum that you can take anyway, so it is minimum separation. Right now, I'm not even sure if they actually have a radar up at Rovaniemi, and without a radar, things would become quite a bit more interesting once again. So now our rate of climb is slowly dropping. 1,200 feet a minute, passing 390, but we'll make it all the way to 4.5. It's not that much higher, just 6,000 feet. Alright, they said fly and see Santa. So, I'm sure you guys know it anyway, but you know that little Christmas joke there? Santa starts preparing for his annual run across the world, and while Santa is setting up his sled... Control 3 is 0225, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, bye. Beim Radar, schönen guten Abend, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, passing level 408, climbing 450 in Matsup Hill.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, moin,
Okay, so let's restart that one. I'm sure you guys know it anyway, but let's restart it. Okay, so So approaching Christmas time, around about this time of the year, Santa gets his sled ready to start his annual tour of the world. And as Santa is currently preparing, there is a guy from the FAA coming and says, "Oh, Santa, it's time for our annual check ride once again." And he walks Santa around his sled and asks him things about the sled. And eventually, as they are finally boarding, Santa asks him, "Dear Inspector, what are you doing with that gun over there?" The Inspector replies, "Well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but we are going to experience an engine failure today."
I am establishing 108 right now.
I loved that one. I totally loved it. I hope I didn't tell it in a way that it was bad enough that nobody could understand it. So the wind is really dropping up here. Just 38 knots left. My ground speed has actually decreased quite a bit. Might have been better to fly at the lower flight levels, but I think with the amount of aircraft that are heading up to Rovaniemi latest by the time we make our way to Scandinavia, it is a good idea to be up at 450 anyway, even though we might be a little bit slower up there. So, Alec, I think I kinda touched your question already before I even read it. So what's the benefit of flying at these high flight levels? Seems like your ground speed and TUS are both lower, and that is absolutely correct. The true airspeed and the ground speed will be lower up at those levels, but there is one big advantage, and that is not the fuel savings, because they actually aren't that great between flying at 410 or 450, which would have been the two flight levels available. But the actual great benefit that we can take out of this is the traffic congestion at the lower flight levels. So if we have a look into Watts by once more to see how many people there will be. So let's check that map once again. And look at this. Just look at the sheer amount of aircraft currently heading up there. And latest by the time we get into these arrival streams over here, which I'm sure there will be by the time we get in. But once we get into these arrival streams, we could encounter speed control and all kind of nasty delay vectors and so on. And that is stuff that we just want to avoid by simply flying over it. Now in real life there is a couple more advantages, which are based on the same principle. So in real life, everybody is looking for flight level 370. We have one to go over there, monitoring our level change. So in real life, simply everybody is looking for flight level 370 because for the vast majority of modern aircraft on medium-ish routes of like 2 hours or so, that is the optimum flight level at the payloads we typically have. And that means that we simply have a huge amount of aircraft requesting that flight level. And this is the reason why there are normally lengthy slots involved when you are looking for that level. And my airline, for example, often files us at level 33 or 350, or in some cases even at level 300, even on a longer route, just to avoid running into exactly those slots.
Pushback base approved, Cargo Jet 1627 heavy.
The other thing, of course, is depending on the airspace you're flying through, normally over, well, at least over the central parts of Western Europe, so over Germany, France, etc., you normally have upper level airspaces that are controlled in regions of like 5,000 to 6,000 feet per controller. So you have one from level 250 till level 310, then 31 till 37, and then you have from 38 up to unlimited mostly. So if you're flying above this limit, or if you're flying above this magical flight level 370, then it often means that you fly in the airspace of a controller who has much less traffic load than the guys below. And that once again is a reason to avoid slots. Fuel economy is a bit of a thing there. If we are totally honest, it doesn't make too much of a difference if you're flying in 410 or if you're flying at level 450. It is a tiny bit less fuel that you're using, but then again you're also going slower. So that is not really a big saving that you achieve. But the primary target is to avoid slots. And that you can do perfectly well. You just fly above everybody. And that is really the big saving that we achieve by going that high. Okay, let's have a quick look into Sim Toolkit as we've just reached our cruising level. And Sim Toolkit says we should have been at our top of climb 18 minutes into the flight. We should have 6,700 pounds of fuel on board. We took 24 minutes, so quite a bit longer. And we have 6,400, which does make sense since it took a little bit longer. We'll do a fuel check over at Unrik, and then we'll get some better data. So if you just look ahead, Unrik 30 minutes is forecast, we take another 6, so we are going to be pretty much on time. Supposed to have 6.4, and we'll probably have a little bit less than that, but that is not all that little fuel that we are going to have. Apart from that, airspace borders will probably remain in German airspace all the way to Bodlar, and then we're going to enter the Polish airspace, but they might just about hand us over directly to Sweden as well, since it's a very short time in the Warsaw airspace. Okay, so we've reached our cruising level. We are more or less stable in cruise right now, so let's use that moment to have a look into our estimated time of arrival at our destination airport. And the active flight plan list down here with the new update actually updates itself live as we scroll through the plan, as you can see. So that makes it pretty easy for us to look at when we're expected to arrive. Right now they say on runway 03, 21:18. So that is 4 minutes ahead of our slot, which I do really like because it means that we will get a little bit of delay anyway. Time to top of descent, 1 hour and 45, which makes for a nice relaxed cruise, and we can use this to actually play around a little bit with our aircraft systems and just to review a couple more of those systems as we go along. So I didn't really take a moment to actually go through all the options and all the settings that we have with the new aircraft and avionics update yet. So why don't we just about do that now? The most important thing with the update obviously is configuration. So starting on the primary flight display here, there are loads of settings that we can flick through. I'm trying to do something like this so that you can, like this, so that you guys can hopefully see the entire primary flight display and the left GTC while still being able to read something. So let's go ahead and play with this a little bit. Obviously we have our nav source up here, which is currently set to FMS as we are navigating in FMS logic. We do have an OBS function, which is something I'm really happy about. Oh. Come on, just send me direct to Ulrich again. So, why is it turning off track? Ulrich, direct, yes. Okay, that's better. Okay, lovely first experience there. So, what I actually wanted to do is the following. OBS function that basically turns the RNAV waypoint into sort of a pseudo VOR. In other words, let's try that. Let's see if it works. We'll go to heading select for a moment to keep flying towards Ulrich. And when I'm activating the OBS right now, then basically using OBS I can define the inbound to Ulrich, or to the next waypoint. So right now we can see we're set to 013 degrees inbound. And that thing then says, okay, we are on track. Now just like a VOR, we should be able to turn this. Let's see how that works. I didn't actually try it yet. Yep, here we go. So just like a VOR, we are able to turn this to adjust the inbound track to the next waypoint. This is a little bit like the radial indirect function from the Airbus, or the course to station function in the Boeing. So we can see now we've selected the track 017 inbound, and you can see how the magenta line on the navigation display here moves as we change that inbound course. So look at this. We can control our route using that OBS function. And it also tells us the cross-track error to that new inbound course. So a very handy function to control your route of flight a little bit more precisely, if you know what I mean. So, like with the OBS function, we're basically able to treat, well, any waypoint like a VOR, and that is very handy, for example, when manually flying towards an NDB, because it means you can basically approach your NDB like a VOR. But let's disable the OBS for now, go direct back to Ulrich, activate, nav is available, and FMS navigation is engaged. So I'm really happy to see that they simulated the OBS, because that is something that really helps me there. And Martin, thank you very much for considering to donate to the Bravo Quadrant. You can do that through using the Super Chat feature here in YouTube. So if you post any Super Chat, then that is taken into account for the donations. And thank you very, very much for considering. Okay. The next thing for us over here, well, strolling through the crew awareness system, that is, the airplane basically has the master caution system in a way like Airbuses do, or like modern Boeings do. I'm not talking about the 737 MAX here, even though with the delay in certification, who knows how long it is actually going to take until we get a proper ICAS in the 737 MAXes. So, next up, Speedbox. This is the standard stuff that we know already, with the exception that we can now have those speeds automatically calculated for us. And we're overflying Ulrich. Let's do a quick additional fuel check, just to be sure that we are running well. So one more attempt for Sim Toolkit Pro. And here it is. So, Ulrich, supposed to be half an hour in flight, and we are 31 minutes in flight. and should have 6,346 pounds. We have 6,240, so we're about 100 pounds less, but that is totally acceptable. Fuel used, we're supposed to have used 1,453. Let's run a quick check on that as well. And that is down here in the aircraft system, synoptics fuel. Should tell us our fuel used somewhere. But let's see if we can find that fuel used somewhere. But probably not on the electrical or hydraulic pages. But I just want to be sure. So on the fuel page, we have the total fuel, we have the fuel per tanks, we have a fuel temperature, which is not realistic, so fuel doesn't cool down that quickly. But I can't find any fuel used values over here. Good. Let's quickly go through the others.
West Kilo Julie, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it doesn't seem to be here, unfortunately.
Roger, are you still on?
Something else I just want to do. We go here to the traffic display and set that one to display traffic below us. So again, that is a function that I do really appreciate that we unfortunately do not have in the 737. And effectively what that function does is to enable us to check if we either have, if it's in the normal mode, we have traffic 2,800 feet above and below, and if you set it to above or below, then it shows you traffic up to 8,000 feet above or below you, depending on what it is actually set to. That's why in cruise we use the below setting, as it enables us to see traffic that might become relevant in case of a decompression when we have to do a rapid descent. Okay, so we can keep that up here. Then, one thing that I still struggle with is how to switch between if I'm controlling this display, or this display. So I know they are marked by colors. For the left GTC over here, we have that brighter blue, and for the right GTC, we have this purple over here. But what I didn't find yet is how I can switch in between the different panels.
Arrival was 126,
Okay, touchpad, that doesn't help us at the moment.
Primary recruiting upon Papa Uniform, Pascal 360.
Company 2550 Echo, bye.
I'm just listening to the radios right now because that guy's so quiet. I just quickly want to give him the advice to turn himself up a bit. Radar, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Just to let you know, you're coming in pretty quiet compared to the other stations. Could you turn up your microphone a little bit? That might help with people responding as well, as it's really hard to hear you between everybody else. Okay, he's fixing it. Previously, while I've been talking, I found it almost impossible to hear that controller. So that was a little bit of an issue there. Okay, flops. You use the left GTC for the left part of the MFD, you use and use the right GTC. I was still a bit more quiet than the others, but much better already. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so, yeah, left GTC for the left and right for the right. That is easier said than done, because right now the right GTC is controlling the map on our primary flight display. So how can I change it from here, from controlling this one, like, look at this? How can I change it from this to controlling that? That is what I'm trying to do. The only option I see for now is to switch the PFD into a full screen view, so to get rid of the inset map, and then I have control over the right map over here. But that is not really how I would like to use it. So if I set something over here now, and then go back to split view on the left side. Interesting, now I can control this one. But now how can I control that one? So, that is something I haven't quite understood yet. Martin, $99 US and 99 cents. Thank you so much. 125.45 Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, gerne, frohe Weihnachten. Author Radar, Dobro Dan, Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, Flight Double 450, Inman Bottler.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, Warszawa Radar, please direct Bottler, Radar contact.
Direct Bottler, Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu. Okay, so, Martin, just been interrupted. Thank you very much. So, use the little stick on the left side and push it left or right. Okay, let's give that a try. You mean that stick here? Or that? Neither of the two seems to work. So as you can see, I cannot really change here. If I click on it, it brings up the touchpad. But still I can't change anything with it, I only get the mouse cursor. The left one. Look at the color above the pane, it switches over. So, and Flop says it's the left one on the right GTC that switches between them. Okay, so the right GTC and the left button. Oh, that doesn't work. So, if you look at that, let me zoom out a little bit. And I hit that button. Nothing happens. It just either activates the touchpad or it zooms the map, but I don't see any way to switch between them with that. I mean, it says over here as well, but it just doesn't work. So this doesn't work. That used to work on previous versions of the G3000, but this doesn't work either. This is just frequencies, so that doesn't work as well. So no, it doesn't seem to work actually. And Martin, have to drag it left right, not spin. I cannot drag it left right. If I click on it, then it just opens this. I don't see any click spot for it either. Does it work on your system? I mean, I can very well imagine that it works on the real one, but it's just not implemented here yet, since we're still flying a beta. Okay, Flops, you gotta be in lock mode, it is in the settings. Oh, let's find that. So, probably utilities, I guess. Setup. It's not here, is it? And is lock mode supposed to be in here? How do I enter that lock mode? Do you know that? Ah, okay, in the MSFS settings. Okay. Nah, I rather don't go there right now, because that would be a little bit, well... That would be a little bit, not nice on that then. So, George, does the M on the standby HSI change the unit of pressure? And Flops, I have a feeling I'd rather not go into the settings right now. I've made some bad experience with that on live streams in the past, so I'm going to try that when we're on the ground in Rovaniemi, but until then I'll just let it like it is. And Felipe, we are going towards Rovaniemi today. George, to answer your question regarding the M on the standby altimeter. Yes, in real life that is a button that opens the menu, and if you were in that menu you can change the units. But we can't access the menu in here because the thing is just not animated. So the menu is not simulated for the standby instrument. But if you went into that menu, then you could change it. The PMDG Boeing business jet actually has almost the same HSI fitted with that same menu function, and it should work pretty much the same as the PMDG BBJ. By the way, look at this. This is how I can get the controls on the left side. If I just go to full screen on the left, or if I just go to full screen on the center display, so on the left GTC, then the right one automatically marks and I can do changes over there. That is probably not the best way how things should work, but it is a way to get things to work, I guess. And Astrid, 4 AM, greetings from South Korea. Oh, thank you very much. And Felipe, hello, I'm surprised you pronounced my name correctly. Well, I do have a lot of Italian and Spanish colleagues, especially a lot of Spanish colleagues, so I kinda know a couple of Spanish names. I still have difficulty pronouncing them at work, but, you know, I got a little bit of training there. And Flops, I'm going to try that with the lock mode later on when we're on the ground. So, Martin, just to pick your comment up again, together with the $100 US donation. Well, first of all, thank you very, very much once again. And thank you, Emmanuel, for all you do for the flight sim community. I love your videos and appreciate that you always embed some educational content into them. I appreciate that, and let's get that Bravo throttle quadrant. Well, thank you very much once again, and you can be very sure I will do a video on the Bravo when I have it. Astrid, in X-Plane, should I buy the 350 or 787? Well, to be honest, that is a question that I cannot really answer because I'm not too familiar with X-Plane. So that's a little bit of a thing there. I'm probably not the best guy to ask this. Might be better to ask one of the guys who regularly streams X-Plane, thinking for example of Blackbox 711 or thinking of Flight Actism. Those guys are more into X-Plane than I am, so they might be able to give you a better answer over there. By the way, as I'm just going through some of the systems up here on the multifunction display, have a close look into the cabin altitude. It's 5,950 feet, giving us a differential pressure of 9.6 psi. And that is quite a bit more than the 9.2 psi maximum that most airliners are capable of. So airliners typically tend to cruise at a differential pressure of around 8.5 psi-ish, giving you a cabin altitude of about 8,000 feet. Business jets, on the other hand side, try to get you lower cabin altitudes, which has the simple result of making sure that you are more refreshed when you arrive at your destination. And PMDG actually simulates an option in the Boeing business jet where you can opt for a lower cabin altitude in cruise, since there are different certification requirements between business jets and commercial airliners. So under the EASA CS25 certification, which is what the passenger Boeing 737 is certified under, you have to abide certain limits in differential pressures. But under CS23, which is the regular certification for business jets, those limits are expanded a little bit. And what you find on a lot of business jets is that they can go to greater differential pressures, like this one, 9.6 psi in cruise, and therefore give you a lower cabin altitude in cruise, making sure that you have more air available and that you arrive better rested than if you were flying with higher cabin altitudes. And that is something that the aircraft manufacturers are slowly picking up on, and we see this in the 787 as well as in the A350, that they have cabin altitudes that are a little bit lower as well, resulting in the passengers arriving more refreshed. So if you see an airline that's just recently gotten a 787 or an A350, chances are that they are going to advertise that you will arrive more refreshed when flying on these aircraft. And what we see over there with the cabin altitude being lower, that is exactly why that happens. And as we are thinking about it, why does Boeing offer that option for the lower cabin altitude in the BBJ then? And how is that possible when the aircraft itself would actually have normally have less of a differential pressure that it can take? Well, the reason for that is that the amount of cycles the airplane can do is greatly reduced in the Boeing business jet if you go for that lower cabin altitude option. So the normal 737s 128.625, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Thank you very much. Good evening.
200 feet per minute or greater until passing flight level 360.
Roger. Until 360, 1,500 feet per minute or greater, returning up to 390.
Quickly trying to check in thereafter, I'll continue with the explanation.
Lufthansa 51 Tango, contact Sweden Crown 118.4. Hey.
Sweden Control, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 450 in Mount Lucid.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Sweden Crown, good evening, radar contact.
Okay, we've just passed overhead Demua. Well, let's do another fuel check by the time we reach Lucid and see how that fuel is going. Okay, so to continue the explanation that we had earlier on, I kinda lost it right now where I've been. Yeah, exactly, cycles. So if you go for the lower cabin altitude option, then in the BBJ you get only 15,000 cycles that the airplane can do, so 15,000 flights before the airplane has to be scrapped, versus around 60,000 in the passenger 737s. So that is a huge difference there of only 25% of the amount of flights before the airplane becomes scrapped. However, business jets don't fly that much anyway, so even if the aircraft did a single flight every day, that's 365 flights per year then, and if we take the 15,000 flights and divide that by 365, then we'd see that the airplane would be usable for 41 years before you have to scrap it. Or equally, if you're doing 2 flights a day in the business jet, then you can operate it for 20 years before you reach the maximum amount of cycles. And with business jets, it is the thing that they tend to be exchanged after like 10 to 15 years anyway, and that's how that low cabin altitude option has been invented, and that's how they came up with it in the BBJs versus the much higher option that we had in the versus the much higher cabin altitudes in the standard 737 passenger configuration. And Felipe, any advice for the IFR track ride? I'm about to finish my IFR flight hours and I'm kinda nervous. Okay, that's a very good thing there. So, my primary advice is don't overcomplicate things. So you really tend to think a lot into these things, and obviously you need to fly like you learned in flight school, but don't overcomplicate things. On my personal IFR check ride, or rather on my personal single engine IFR track ride, I forgot to start the timing when overflying the holding fix. So I forgot to time the outbound lag, and I noticed like halfway through the lag or something, and then I just started the timing at that point, and I just told the instructor straight away, okay, I forgot to start the timing. I guesstimate it has been around 30 seconds, so I'll take another 30 seconds before I'm starting the turn onto the downwind lag. And the instructor just said, yep, very good thinking, this stuff happens, so good line of thought, and continue. And that was the entire thing, you know. And prior to that, I would have been really nervous as well, that it would have been so easy to forget about that. So, you know, don't overcomplicate things. In my last recurrent simulator check, I've had a few situations as well, like on the very first takeoff run, I forgot the 80 knots call. And, you know, if you start into a recurrent simulator like that, especially into the license proficiency check, that really makes it easy to, you know, think like, oh no, I'm going to mess all of this up. So, under these conditions, you know, the instructor didn't even say anything about it, because stuff happens. You do forget stuff, you do make mistakes, that is totally normal. So my primary advice here is, don't dwell on anything that you do wrong, but rather work with the situation. If you messed something up, no problem whatsoever. Even if you entirely mess your navigation up and you get lost, find a way out of it. That's what the examiner will want to see from you. So, I guess with your name sounding a little Spanish, I guess you're probably doing your rating somewhere in Spain, or maybe, well, let's say Spain because I know the area. You know, just tell air traffic control that you need a radar vector to your next fix, or something like that. And that is really going to help you out. And that is what the examiners really want to see as well. They don't want to see that you do everything 100% perfect, because they know that nobody does everything 100% perfect. But what the examiners want to see is that you know how to do everything, you know how to get out of stuff. Of course, in the best case, don't even get into it, but if it happens, find your way out. So if you do happen to forget something, then, you know, work with it and be creative, find a solution for the problem, rather than dwelling on it, thinking, well, now I failed anyway, because chances are you haven't. That's really my primary advice that I could give you. Okay, and we are overflying Lucid, so let's have a look into the flight plan once more, another quick fuel check. So, Lucid, plan to be there 53 minutes into the flight, and we are 55 minutes into the flight, and fuel estimated 5,717, we have 5,680, so we made good 50 pounds since we overflew our last waypoint. We have a look up here as well. We're expected to have an average fuel flow of 1,708, and we are actually burning 1,400 at the moment. So we did use a little bit extra fuel on our way up, but now we are actually making that good again, as we're using a little bit less fuel than originally planned. So all in all, good on the fuel situation. And Felipe, South America, but I can ask for vectors if that happens. Yeah, exactly. So being proficient in something in aviation does not exclusively mean that you don't do mistakes, because everybody does mistakes. Professional pilots, when we're sitting in the simulator, you know, we are picking ourselves up all so often, helping the colleagues. That is probably the most important thing there, actually, that you know, don't dwell on any mistake, and don't be, you know, unhappy if something happens, but find a solution for it. The same we do, for example, when we help ourselves in a multi-crew environment. So in the airline assessments in the simulator, but also in all the recurrent simulators later on. Of course, they want to see that you do know your basic procedures, but what is just as important is the CRM and how you're working with one another. So, let's say, for example, in the assessment, in the simulator assessment in the airline that I'm now flying for, we've been paired with other people applying for the same jobs. So I flew with somebody who was in the same situation as I, freshly out of flight school, and both of us wanted to get that job. Now the airline said straight away on the beginning of the airline said straight away at the beginning of the assessments, guys, we have enough jobs for all of you, so do work together and not against each other. And in that simulator check ride, it was one of the most important things that we helped each other out. So even in the pre-flight briefing in the sim, I told my colleague, if you see me do anything wrong, please call it out immediately. I want to know when I'm doing a mistake, because then I can correct for it. And don't be ashamed of calling out any mistakes, thinking that the examiner might see it. Yes, the examiner will see it. Chances are he will have seen it anyway. So, by calling it out, you're making me aware of it, and then we can find a solution for it. Rather than not calling it, leading us to miss something that actually happens, which can then quickly lead to a situation deteriorating. And after all, we're flying those aircraft as a crew, so it's either both of us survive the flight, or both of us die. It rarely happens that one pilot is killed in a crash and the other survives it. And it would be even higher coincidence if the guy who survives it has been the one who didn't point to the error of somebody else. Of course, you aren't supposed to, you know, say it in a mean way or something like that. So, if your colleague is getting a little bit slow and you're telling him, dude, can't you fly? Increase your speed, man. That doesn't work. But tell him something like, increase thrust a little bit, or accelerate a little bit, you're a tiny bit too slow there. Something like that. And that really works.
X-ray Zulu, contact feeding control 118.4.
118.4, fraction 5, X-ray Zulu.
And then the station calling, say again.
Beam control, good evening, fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, flight level 450, inbound Armored.
No, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Sweden, radar.
Okay. So, Felipe, I really hope that that helped you. If you do have further questions, then do please ask. I'm very happy to answer anything the likes. I'm, in fact, very happy to help any potential colleague, which is basically the same that I just said, what we do in our CRM environment as well. You know, it's all about helping out your colleagues and not... You know, it shouldn't be against each other, it is with each other. And that is what professionalism in aviation is about.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, I'll be sending you a reroute plan text to comply with event route restriction.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, roger. Okay, interesting, we're getting a rerouting. And Felipe, have I ever been asked to do an orbit between two radials? No, I don't think so. Okay, so we've just received a rerouting. Let's enter that into the FMS. So that is something I didn't have to do yet in the longitude, but here we go. vPilot is active on the screen. So let's go ahead and program that. Well, first thing then, we're on a long straight line, so let's go heading select, so that our airplane doesn't turn away before we do anything else. Then, cleared direct COSCAR. Okay, insert after. COSCAR. And that is definitely going to be the one in Sweden, not in Japan. And we can start flying direct there. So, cost car direct with a slight right-hand turn. Nav. Okay, and we're heading direct to that point. By the way, let's turn that half-bank function on. Okay, then, after Koska, we will go direct to DVAC. So, Koska, DVAC, Godop. And finally, direct Napex. Okay then, arrival. Let's see what we have here from Napex. Napex to Delta then, I suppose. Which is basically non-existent. Okay, let's have a look into the chart as to what exactly we can expect from Napex. So, Navigraph charts, arrival, Bobanyemi, star. Now let's see, Charlies are the ones that are going straight around. We don't want that. And then Delta is from Napex direct to Ropov. Okay. So Napex direct Ropov. Napex to Delta, load. And then Anna from Ropov, load. Let's have a look into what the routing looks like now. Koska, DVAC, Godop, Napex. And then we can get rid of all this stuff. Remove, yes. Remove, yes. Remove, yes. So Napex to Ropov, that equals our star. And then from Ropov we have the Arnav approach for Romeo 03. That does look reasonable to me. Okay, quick cross-check to be absolutely sure that everything is looking good. Oscar, DVAC, Gobop, Napex. Okay. That does look good. Our estimated time for arrival is 21:52. That is much too early. Why did it become that early? No, that is much too late. The other way around. Why is that the case? They're supposed to be there at 21:22. It is now almost 2000. Proper descent in an hour and 8. Something doesn't make sense. Something doesn't make sense in those ETA calculations there. Let's quickly verify that manually. So, Koska, 224 miles. We'll be there 2024. That doesn't look right. Koska to DVAC. Because it says 27 minutes, but it adds an hour. Look at this. That does not make sense. I'm going to take a screenshot of that and put it in the working title Discord, so that they are aware of the problem. But something is wrong on this particular calculation here. It's 226 miles, 27 minutes 50, that does look reasonable, as we're doing a ground speed of 488 knots. But that 2024 up here, look at this, it's almost 2000 right now. So this looks correct. But this timing here is certainly not correct. There's an error in that time prediction. But the time to top a descent looks correct with 1 hour and 7. So I suppose... Well, let's see how big the difference is.
Ryanair 464, hello, Sweden.
That is like half an hour difference there. 33 minutes to be precise. Let me go down and recalculate that. Then we are still running on time. But let's see if we can fix that somehow. So the problem is from the DVAC waypoint. Let's verify once again if that is actually correct. You know what? Let's just remove DVAC. Yes. Let's see what it's doing now. But this is still incorrect. It looks like after Koska it is calculating some nonsense. Insert that waypoint again. After Koska it's calculating nonsense. But why? Is it trying to fly from Koska to Armot and then back? Could that be the problem? Let's just put it into heading select once more. I'm going to play with it a bit now. What happens if I remove Armot?
Alpine 5 Papa Uniform, Sweden to the radar.
Look at this! When Armot is gone, my predictions are correct again. Okay, let's try another direct to Koska.
From device 1 to Romeo, any chance the cockpit for it wing started?
And now they're incorrect again.
Device 1 to Romeo. Correct. Please check in with Helsinki first to 1 Cross Helsinki 113.
Well, in that case, let's see if we can reproduce this. Delete Lucid. Yeah, everything is correct once again. I'm pretty sure if I go direct to Koska now, we will run into the problem again. Let's see if we can find a solution. Any waypoint nearby?
Correct, 113 for Patron. Have a good evening.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Sweden,
Okay, well, what we are going to do then, to circumvent this problem, we'll just quickly check that the ETA is still in limits. Yep, 21:21. Our slot is 21:22, so we are perfectly on time.
Okay,
And with that check completed, let's go direct to Koska once again. Nav, FMS.
They gave a new clearance for us from the Southern Swedish control. Should we file an question with that?
Okay, so that should pretty much be our rerouting completed.
Get a new route from the controller.
Did you get Resna, Edaxa, Elbog, Vesna, Lisno, then?
Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. And Felipe, maybe direct to Koska and then activate the LAC to DVAC if it bugs. Yeah, you know what, I just used it to check that my ETA is still correct. That way I know that I can maintain the cruise speed that I've tried to fly. And from there on, you know, we'll just go direct to Koska. The only thing that worries me a bit is due to the longer time that it predicts over here. I am a little bit afraid that after Koska it might fly an incorrect routing. So we will continue towards Koska, but when we arrive Koska we'll be very careful with our hand on the heading select button in case the aircraft tries to turn off track. So that is how I'm going to mitigate this possible problem now. But the way things look, I would say we can just continue towards Koska at the moment in FMS mode. So FMS is active over here. And that should hopefully avoid all the problems. The only one thing that we have to be aware of course, is that we don't have any waypoints for conducting fuel checks anymore right now. So what we'll have to do is we have to try to find some beam positions from the routing that we filed so that we can actually still do our fuel checks. In the 737, I would simply go to the fix page, enter the waypoint, press the beam button, and that's it. Then I would get a lovely green line. On the G5000, we'll just about have to find out how we can actually do this. So, as far as I'm aware, the 5000 does not have any fix page or something the likes, does it? And Alpha, my prediction is that after Koska, the aircraft thinks the routing is going back to Demur and then back to Koska. If you add the total distance, it would be around 400 miles, and that is around 1 hour of flight. Yeah, I'm thinking something the likes as well. But then again, it does correctly estimate the estimated time en route on the leg. And the fuel usage kinda looks... Well, what does it say over here? Using 1,300 pounds? No, that would actually coincide to an hour flight time. So not sure how that leg ETE is calculated over there. If it just takes this and divides that by the speed that we're flying, that's probably what it's doing. So yeah, it could be that it tries to fly from Koska towards Demur and back. Question is, can we prevent it from doing that somehow? I wouldn't know how. But yeah, I do expect something like this to happen as well. That's why when we're getting close to Koska, I will closely monitor that the aircraft is not just turning off track. Because that could possibly happen. And Felipe, in the end you're right, we just need to wait and see. Flops, what's the problem? I just came back. Okay, the problem is we got a rerouting from air traffic control. And I inserted the rerouting by just going onto the next inbound waypoint, click insert after, and then I put the waypoint Koska in here, followed by direct DBAC, direct GODOP, direct NAPIX, and then I just put the NAPIX to Delta arrival, followed by the approach. The problem that we're having is that the airplane now tells me that from Koska to DVAC, at Koska we're arriving at 2024 UTC, we have 27 minutes flight time towards DVAC, but the ETA is showing something like 50 minutes. So, if we look at the navigation display, it shows us from Koska a route line towards Demur. So we are thinking that the airplane might try to fly from Koska towards Demur and back, because that would explain the ETA calculation over there. But the ETA we have over here is definitely incorrect, and that is what got us worrying. So if you just take the 2024 UTC, add the 28 minutes over here, you shouldn't have 21:15. And flops, that cannot be the wind. And Cabanos, I did already... Well, you could try to remove every waypoint before Koska. That would be an idea, of course, but don't quite know if that's a good idea, because I don't know what the aircraft is going to do then. And do you guys remember when I played around with... which aircraft was it again? I did play around with one aircraft on a previous live stream and eventually it just crashed to desktop. And flops, in real life it knows the winds along the route and therefore knows when you'll be at what waypoint, but I don't think it's gonna go back to DVAC. Yeah, but even with the winds, I mean, the real unit, how would it do it? We've got the leg ETE and we got our ETAs. So in my opinion what it does is it takes the ETA, adds the ETE, and that becomes the new ETA. And the real one would of course take the wind and everything into account. This one probably just takes it from the ground speed that we have at the moment, but nonetheless, winds can't explain the difference between the ETE and the ETA. That is too much. Like, we have a tiny tailwind over here. You can see we're flying around 11 knots faster over ground than we do as a true airspeed. So, that can't explain this. Instead, this is about 50 minutes, so that is roughly this distance twice. But that is all the information we do have available over here. And yeah, Flops, as you say, that's weird. Hard to say, don't really know what it is. We'll just continue for now and see what happens. And yeah, arriving at Costa, we'll be prepared to go to heading select to direct it towards DVAC manually. And hopefully after we've overflown Koska, the problem is just going to dissipate. Koska is the first waypoint of our rerouting, so maybe that is the reason why it has some issues there. But anyway, after the live stream I'm going to report it to working title so that they can hopefully fix it for a future update. By the way, talking about updates, let's get a quick update on our arrival data. So, Rovaniemi from 1920, so it's 2008, that report is almost an hour old already. And they had 070 at 15, 10 kilometers in light snow, scattered 900, overcast 2800, temperature -6, 1019. Let's pre-select that QNH. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's pre-select that already. And then we'll have to do our cold temperature corrections in a moment as well. But that shall be done a little bit later. And outside we see a couple of lights from Sweden. Can we actually see anything useful? Nah, not really. Unfortunately, no northern lights. I was kind of hoping for some northern lights, but nothing yet. But then again, we have quite a way northbound to go, so let's see what is going to happen. And Alphan, yeah, you're right. Next waypoint is DVAC and FMS, we are gonna make that sure. And Flops, actually I'm not 100% sure if Northern Lights are actually simulated. I'm just kinda hoping for it, because it would be a nice visual gimmick. But I have no idea if they are simulated or not. Certainly I've never seen any yet. Look at how different it is if we are inside with the lights turned on and if we are outside in the darkness. But look at how bright it is. That must be full moon. Yeah, look at it. It's almost full moon. That's why it is so bright outside. I was wondering already. And I should probably turn those lights off. That's the pulse lights. No. Let's turn those lights off. We don't need them. That's the record lights, isn't it? And the tail floodlight as well. Nobody's gonna see that up here. Yep, that's better. Oh boy. I'm just remembering an accident that took place in this very region over here. Yeah. Pretty much right over this island, an aircraft, a private jet that was bound for Cologne-Bonn a couple months back, had a dual engine failure and crashed into the ocean. We are just about at this very place. The guy's been a little bit further out over there, maybe over here somewhere. But man, this just strikes me right now as I realize exactly where we are. Well, on the map, exactly where we are. Of course I knew where in the position of our flight we've been. And Lazarus, yeah, the one with the decompression. And Alphan, where are all the clouds? Landed in Helsinki an hour ago. Yeah. Well, we have quite a way to go to Helsinki, so we have some time for the clouds to build up. Actually, look at that. We are slowly flying towards that kind of weather. But yeah, for those of you who don't know the story, a few months back there has been a business jet bound from Sevilla to Cologne-Bonn Airport, and it was a Cessna 551, so a Cessna Citation as well. An earlier model than this, but a Cessna Citation. And the guys had a rapid decompression approximately 40 minutes after takeoff in Spain. And the aircraft was actually flown by a private pilot who had a type rating on it. So that pilot was 72 years old, flying with his family, and they encountered a decompression. Now, apparently that pilot was not really aware of any of the proper procedures, so he did not put on the oxygen mask, he did not start an emergency descent. Instead, he requested direct descent from air traffic control. And remember how I told you on past live streams that the Spanish are not very good with English. And that is exactly what happened. The pilot requested a direct descent from air traffic control without the oxygen mask on in a rapid decompression at level 360. And the controller just replied, request direct where? So the controller thought the pilot was asking for a direct routing and not for a descent. Then the pilot just said again, request rapido descent. And the controller asked again, like, you want to descend? Because the controller didn't understand what was going on. But after that, the pilot just never replied again, because he fell unconscious. And the aircraft continued on autopilot all the way to its destination, Cologne. And after a short while, it got intercepted by a fighter aircraft of NATO. And the fighter aircraft confirmed that the pilot was still sitting in his seat. The oxygen mask was in the normal position, so he never touched the oxygen mask, and everybody was unconscious on board. The flight continued all the way to Cologne at cruise level, and then passing Cologne it just continued on the last heading that it previously had, and it continued almost to the position where we are right now here in the simulator. And over there it eventually ran out of fuel and then crashed into the Baltic Sea, just short of the coast of Lithuania, I believe. So that was a really tragic case there. And an interim report has just been released for that particular accident. And the interim report said that the pilot didn't put on the oxygen mask. And the interim report caused a great discussion among aviation professionals whether single pilot operation should be permitted. Because obviously, had there been two pilots in that aircraft, chances are at least one of them would have put the oxygen mask on and thus been able to start the emergency descent. But with only a single pilot on board, that didn't happen. We don't know how quickly hypoxia set on with these guys as well, because the pilot was 72 years old, so much older than the average, much older than the maximum age that a commercial pilot would be allowed to operate. So commercial pilots would only be allowed to operate until the age of 60 in passenger aircraft and 65 in cargo aircraft. And what I can imagine what happened here, if we think about the time of youthful consciousness when a decompression happens at these flight levels, the time of youthful consciousness is the time under which a pilot is still able to make conscious, useful decisions. So, imagine it like this. If you lose cabin pressure at an altitude like this, then not only you get insufficient air when you're breathing in, but also the air that is in your blood has difficulties to get used by the body because the pressure is just missing. And that pressure would be needed for your body to actually make use of the oxygen that you already have in your blood. And since that no longer happens, the body gets in a condition where it can no longer make use of the oxygen it has, and it cannot get any new oxygen. Therefore, it is imperative that you immediately put on the oxygen mask, which is going to give you oxygen under positive pressure. Otherwise, you very quickly lose the ability to make conscious decisions. And what happened there on that particular flight, or rather more in general, the time of youthful consciousness is dependent on your physical body fitness as well as on certain other factors, and age is one factor. So with a 72-year-old pilot, chances are the onset of hypoxia due to the decompression would have been so quick. Normally we say at level 360 you have a time of youthful consciousness around 12 to 30 seconds. But his time of youthful consciousness, due to his age, was probably much less than those 12 seconds. So that might be the reason why the pilot didn't carry out the proper procedures. And that really sparked the discussion about whether single pilot operation should be allowed in aviation at all. Or at least in aviation with jet aircraft. So that was a really tragic accident that happened this year. And yeah. And Ryan DYC, how fast do you lose consciousness? Does oxygen leave your veins due to pressure loss, so you cannot hold your breath? Yeah, exactly. You cannot hold your breath. That is the big thing. Because the oxygen that you already have in your body can no longer be used by the body if you have so little outside pressure. And that's why the rapid decompression is so incredibly difficult. And George, so you dive first to 10,000 feet and then say what happened. Yeah, what you do in case of a decompression is this. And I'm talking Boeing 737 right now. So, I'm talking 737 right now. When the decompression happens, the very first thing is that you put on your oxygen mask. Because as said, you only have like 10-15 seconds. So once the oxygen mask is on, then you are going to start communicating, after verifying that your aircraft is still following a proper flight path. So always think about why a decompression might happen, and part of that might be the part broke off your aircraft. So aviate, navigate, communicate, but the very first thing, put on the oxygen mask, then aviate, verify your aircraft's flight path, and that the aircraft is still under control, then communicate, talk to the other pilot, state the malfunction, go into the memory items. So cabin altitude memory items would be pressurization mode selected to manual. After the oxygen masks are on, then close the outflow valve and see if you can manually control the cabin altitude. Because chances are, of course, the decompression could have been caused by a malfunction of the automatic control of the outflow valve. So be sure that the outflow valve is actually closed, and then see if the cabin altitude starts descending again, or if it is still uncontrollable. And only then, if the cabin altitude is uncontrollable, you will go into the emergency descent, and will therefore start to lose your altitude and communicate to air traffic control. And Lord Jonas, C700 plus working title G5000 mod? Yes, exactly. Actually, G5000 beta.
Fraction 5 access to contact L6
1.3, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, bye.
Bye. 2Z161, and begin.
3Z161, over.
2Z161, cleared Lagoon 6 Alpha arrival.
So, who talked about weather close to Helsinki earlier?
When ready, descend.
Here you go. Here you have it.
Okay.
That is your weather. Also, we are approaching Koska, so 2 minutes to go. And at Koska, we have to be careful with our navigation due to the earlier problem.
2Z161, please confirm a direct car with Kilo Alpha Alpha Victor.
direct to copy, switch to 161.
Control Lufthansa 8 Whiskey Uniform, progress after. Lufthansa 8 Whiskey Uniform, that's great. Contact Helsinki.
So just trying to check in with ATC, and thereafter we'll continue with our story.
Uniform 16235, thank you very much for that.
Helsinki, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 450 in Mount Koska.
Today, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu in control, radar contact.
Okay, so minute to go till Koska. I just want to use a little bit of the time that we have right now to actually, let's do this for a second. I want to use a little bit of that time to have a look into the weather radar a little bit more, because this is obviously still the Asobo weather radar. But here we go. Okay, so on the left side here we have the satellite overlay of the weather. On the right side we have our weather radar. And this does in no means look like an actual weather radar. So it hurts to say, but come on. Is this all you have? I'm gonna show you guys a couple pictures of a real life weather radar in a few moments. Okay, and we're passing Koska. The plane seems to be turning normally where it's supposed to go. Yeah, this looks all good to me. It's doing what it is supposed to do. Let's see the ETA calculation. Looks like the ETA fixed itself as well now. Overflying Koska, now 2052 UTC, we currently have 2024. Looks correct to me. Let's verify the rest of the flight plan. Here we go, destination 2123 UTC. Okay, that's a minute after our slot. I'm just thinking if we should try to make up for that minute or not. Might actually do it because it is such a busy event. Let's go Mach 84, which is the maximum operating Mach number as well. But the wind is calm, no turbulence whatsoever, so let's accelerate all the way to the red line. We have the extra fuel as well, and I just really want to make that arrival time. And Felipe, for how much time is the slot available? That's a very good question. In real life, slots are given for departures and not for arrivals. So in real life you always get a departure slot, and then you have 5 minutes before until 10 minutes after the slot within which you have to take off. And if an airport wants you with a certain arrival time, then what is going to happen is they take a look at the flight time that you have stated in your flight plan, and they are going to calculate your takeoff slot based on the flight time you've given in your flight plan and the arrival time they want you to have. But still, that includes that 15-minute window, so for the sake of it, I would say we just stick with 5 minutes earlier until 10 minutes after the slot. Of course, it fully depends on air traffic control, so when we arrive in Rovaniemi, they will put us under speed control anyway, and by then it is up to air traffic control. But until that happens, I just want to try to stick to the arrival slot as closely as possible in order to give us options. If ATC wants us later, they can always slow us down, but I just want to do the very best to be there as quickly as possible. And Metal Eye, would you recommend X-Plane 12 just for the toeless A340-600 until there are bigger planes in Flight Simulator? First of all, a comment on the A340, if I may. The toeless A340 is one of the very best add-on aircraft ever available. Take it from a friend of mine who flies the A340-600, and he's been a beta tester in a lot of Flight Simulator add-ons as well, and that friend of mine said that that toeless A340 is better than the Phoenix or the FS Labs, and I do believe him. He knows what he's talking about.
Charlie Papa, report your max speed.
Max air speed is 280.
Hello, that's our Charlie Papa, negative, I need your max.
Okay,
Your max number, 0.7.
737NG123, TUI, Dublin to Rovaniemi would be a fun flight. I would like to see some icing operations in the 737. I still have that de-ice tutorial on my mind, so that is still about to come. Okay, we're just about at the maximum here. You know what, let's go 0.83. I don't like red indications. Yeah, it's now on 842, slide over speed. But in business jets, it seems a lot of pilots are just doing this regularly, that they fly exactly on the barber pole, and if it goes slightly above it for a short moment, it's no problem for them. Because, you know, the aircraft don't have any equipment that would tell anybody, so if it's just slightly, they don't care. And they do that because the overspeed limit is taken into account 20% reduction in the actual point where the airframe would overstress. So this is 20% margin up here. So the actual point where the aircraft would be close to breaking up would be something like 0.95 or 0.99 or something. I know the 737NG, which has the maximum operating Mach number at 0.82, has been flight tested all the way to Mach 0.99 by Boeing. So they took it all the way to the brink of supersonic. Or at least all the way to the brink of breaking the sound barrier. And that's what the MMO is based on in the 737NG. That's why many business jets just fly it right on the barber pole to make the best speed possible. And if it goes into overspeed temporarily, they just don't care. Now, that is different in the airlines. So if we would do that in my airline, the moment you get the clacker activate for literally a split second, even if it just makes a single clack, then that is already too much. So that single clack would be sufficient to ground your aircraft. In any case, there have been cases, personally I haven't had it yet, but a friend of mine had it when he was flying the 737 MAX on Norwegian on transatlantic routes. And they were flying 0.78, they had a wind shift, and all of a sudden they were at 0.83, and they overspeeded the aircraft. Now, after landing they needed to call maintenance control, and maintenance control then read out the data from the aircraft. That can all be done via data link. And they then evaluated which kind of maintenance action is necessary. And apparently the way it works is, if you have an overspeed, or if you have just a very tiny overspeed like we've just had, just 0.003 Mach, we've been at 0.843, while 840 is the maximum. And that only for a very short period in time. Then air traffic control would, then maintenance control would just say, yeah, no problem, the aircraft can continue in service, and no problem. But if it gets any more serious, then the aircraft might be grounded until an engineer can be sent to the aircraft, and then the engineer has to perform an overspeed inspection, and only after that's been done the aircraft can be returned to service once again. So as you see, quite a bit of stuff to actually have an eye out, but yeah, right in the barber pole really is something that a lot of guys do. And Ilari, By the way, Imi, are you or will you be rated on the max? I am rated on the max already.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa.
So I am already fully rated on the max, even though I haven't flown the actual aircraft yet. But I've had the famous 2-hour iPad course. I've had the 4-hour simulator session, and I have also had one of my recurrent simulators on the max. But I haven't flown the real aircraft yet, unfortunately, because at the base where I am, we are not yet, we don't yet have a max. We were supposed to get it 5 times, but it never happened for whatever reason. And Felipe, do you like how the max flies? Well, I can only tell you from the simulator, and I have a feeling it flies a tiny bit more sporty, so it reacts a little bit nicer to your control inputs, but that might of course also just be because the simulator was brand new versus the 737NG simulators just being a little older. But the one thing I do notice is that it is even harder to slow a 737 MAX down than it is to slow a 737NG down. And the thing flies a little bit faster in cruise. So at our cost index, normally we're doing something around 0.77, and the max will do something around 0.79. So that is the primary differences there. And Cabanos, can you show us that weather radar photos? Yes. Let me search for them right now.
Good evening, Rainer.
Actually, I have a feeling I can do it a little bit better if I actually show you a video. So give me a second and try to find that.
Condor 12 Papa contact Helsinki Control 132.325. Good night.
I had a couple of nice ones, but I just need to find them.
And Condor 12 Papa, frequency is 132.325.
And of course, they are on my electronic flight bag right now. So everything you're about to see has been recorded using my company's electronic flight bag. So that is just as a standard disclaimer that we do have a no PED policy on the flight deck. So everything you are about to see has been recorded in compliance with that no PED policy. And I just need to get them on my I just quickly need to actually get them onto my computer from the mobile, so give me a second for that, and then I'll have them ready for you. That is something I did originally not intend to do, so I am not prepared to do it either. That's why it's just, you know, taking a tiny bit longer. And obviously I do want to find some good stuff as well. But I have a feeling I have 2 things here. So stand by 1. And Simon, yes, that is the longitude. Okay, stand by. Stand by, stand by, stand by. I'm working on it. Looks like the streaming software doesn't really like Windows Media Player, but let's give it a try. Can we bring it up like this? No, we can't. Okay, stand by. Normally I just insert everything on the stream by simply going to by simply pulling up the window, but that doesn't seem to work right now. So I just need to find a media player that my streaming software actually likes. So let's see if it likes this one.
Good evening, Finland 9 Kilo Lima, Helsinki Control, ready contact. Land flight level 360. Flight level 360, Finland 9.
Apparently it doesn't. Interesting. I just need to try to find a way how to actually play that video back. Yeah, Felipe showing you the screen doesn't really cut it there. Actually, you know what? Showing the screen will cut it, because I will just change the flight simulator around. I really hope that doesn't break everything now, but hopefully it shouldn't. So, here we have it. That's probably better. So, here you go. That's the look at the weather radar. So, keep in mind what you see over here. And this is a really severe squall line that we see. For those of you who don't know what a squall line is, that is a line of significant thunderstorm activity. So, that is what we have here in this situation. We are about 120 miles out from the weather, but take a close look at the actual size of all the returns that we see over here. And also take a look into how they line up over there. Now let's play that and have a look into what that looks like on the outside. And Ryan DYC, do we get supercell thunderstorms in Europe? Occasionally. Okay, so that's how it looks like in real life. Now, let's have a look at Asobo. This is the weather that they are currently showing. And we can see that, well, first of all, the size of the weather cells isn't really accurate. So we have a 75-mile range here, which means that the overall ND is almost the same range as what we had in the real aircraft. Now look at the size of the cells over here and how big of an area this is. Now this is the satellite view. Let's go to actual weather radar view. So weather radar. And same size. Now first of all, notice how everything is pixelated in here. So you see all those different dots. The real one just didn't have it. The real one simply didn't have those dots. Let me try to get an actual picture up of that.
Thank you.
Standby 1, I'm preparing the picture to show you guys. Of that look. So that is just gonna take a second. Okay, so here is that picture once again that we had from the video earlier, and you can see first of all that that everything is solid over there. Now compare it to the Asobo weather radar on the side there, where everything is pixelated. And if we take it on from there, then we are going to see that then we are going to see that the sizes of the weather cells are quite different as well. And of course, one more important thing here is when you have such big cells over there, your radar is not going to be able to pick up anything behind. However, when you have weather like this, you won't find like major red returns on a long way behind this. And the reason for that is there is just not enough energy in the atmosphere to make something like that possible. So yeah, this is an example of what things look like when you do actually get close to weather like this. Now let me try to find one more picture for you guys, because I do have one really impressive picture there from approximately that time. Again, this is something I was totally unprepared to do prior to the live stream. That's why it's taking a little bit longer to do right now, because I still have to find everything that I'm showing. But we'll have it in a second. Searching the stuff on my EFB right now. Then from the EFB I have to airdrop it to my mobile phone, and from the mobile phone I can send it to my computer. That's why things are taking a little bit long right now. We use iPads as an EFB, by the way, so at least there is some sort of connectivity. And Simon, you're a real pilot. Yeah, I am. Flying the 737 in a European airline. Excuse me for not going into further details. My airline just doesn't like that sort of PR. Okay, I don't know why, but I can't really find these pictures right now. Actually, let me keep searching. Might take a small moment to actually find those. But they are really worth it. They are. I just remembered I might have pulled them from my EFB over to my computer already in the past, so I just need to find that one. And for the Elite, airlines are using electronic logbooks. I'm 737 NG123, I'm actually a first officer. Okay, it can only be a matter of hours right now till we actually find the pictures we're searching for. And Simon, yeah, it is absolutely worth becoming a pilot. And Vilius, not so long ago I started working as an ops controller. What is the number one thing you would like LCC staff to know and understand about pilots' work? Well, the number one thing really is that they need to understand pilots are humans. So, just because some law says that you should be able to do something, it does by long not mean that you will actually be able to do it. So, for example, according to our operations manual, it is legal to do an 18-hour-long duty, provided only 12 hours of that, with the option to extend towards 14, using commander's discretion, our flight duty period. If the rest is not flight duty but ground duty, for example driving to an airport, then such duty is legal. However, in reality, I've had duties scheduled where they wanted me to start at 3 in the morning, do 4 sectors with 12-hour duty period, and thereafter drive home through the peak traffic period for another 4 hours. On paper that is legal. In practical terms I refused the duty, because I was of the absolute opinion I will not be able to drive safely. I offered them to send me a taxi and then I would be happy to do it, but they rejected the offer and instead I got a meeting. To tell them why I refused. carrying out my duties. But yeah, it should be somewhat obvious why I did that. But unfortunately to some people it's
I
not.
thought the same and was just wondering why that's so.
Okay, well, by the looks of things, I
No, I
have some
think you
problems
jumped
finding the pictures in question right now. Still trying to search for them, but oh, it's lovely whenever you have memory problems, because our chart packages are getting bigger and bigger, and that fills up the memory on the EFBs. That's why I might have sent those pictures to my mobile earlier, and then on the mobile it probably ended up somewhere in the cloud, which made life a little more difficult. But I'm still searching. I really want to show you guys this. I haven't given up yet. And I found them. Stand by one.
Running Alpha 76 Kilo Papa Helsinki Control, radar contact. Launch load level 380. Airport 1008, you seem to be out of your route.
Aeroflot, you seem to be out of your route. Yeah, blurred. Happens.
Airport 1008, Helsinki.
Okay, so next picture is coming up right now, and let's actually start with this one.
Go ahead.
Can I get that a little bit better on screen? Yep, I can. Okay, so this is the very same line of thunderstorms that we saw earlier on the radar when we got a little bit closer. And we found a little gap that we've been able to go through left of that thing. But this is what a CB really can look like. So that is one of the grown-up boys and one of the really good ones. Now, I've never seen something like this in Microsoft Flight Simulator yet.
One channel, contact Helsinki Control 132.325.
So that is what I call a CB. And weather systems around that. Just look how isolated that thing actually is. You have that huge CB, and then prior to that you just have some very tiny clouds down there. And that is actually what the majority of CBs looks like when you encounter them. And something like that, I have absolutely not seen in Flight Simulator. And of course the question had to come, what would happen if you fly through it? I tell you honestly, if you go in this, your wings are gonna come off. If you fly into that, you're dead. Easy as that. So yeah, that's it. Stuff like that I've never seen in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much that part. So, We are now only 13 minutes from our top of descent into Rovaniemi, so let's start doing something. And actually the very first thing I do want to do is have a look at the traffic display to see how much there currently is around us. So this is set to below mode already, and there is only a single guy showing.
Currently Mach 0.87.
0.87, wow. There is somebody going fast. Okay, so it looks like we actually have a little bit of a gap over here. A little bit of a gap in the traffic, so that might make arrivals a little bit easier for us here. As we can hear on the radio, they are starting to apply separation and speed control to the aircraft around us as well already. So first thing we're going to do before we actually start to plan our arrival is to have a look into our charts to actually see our arrivals. And we can do that right over here. So, this is our star, the X2 Delta arrival, and that is going to lead us all the way to Ropov, and from Ropov we will then do the RP approach for runway 03. We can take it all the way down to an LPV minima. Now, my company isn't certified to fly LPV approaches, so that's the reason why I am going to use the LNAV and VNAV minimum instead of the LPV minimums. So just that we are on the same page as to why I am doing that. It's just because my company isn't certified for it. Now, the next thing I want to do is to get our latest destination weather. This is from 2020 Zulu, which is now half an hour old, and they are showing light snow. The wind is almost 40 degrees off 14 knots, minus 6 degrees, but the clouds are broken in 3100, so it shouldn't be a problem with whatever minima we have. QNH 1020, so pre-select that, and with that we can go into our arrival planning. So minus 6 degrees, that means we do have to apply some cold temperature correction, and for that we first of all need to find out the corrected MSA. So we have a field elevation 6040 and 2400 is our airport elevation. So that means that we have roughly 1800 feet-ish as height over the destination. So let me real quickly find the cold temperature correction table, because we will need that. I'll have it for you guys up in a second. Okay, and here it is, the cold temperature correction table. So, we need to determine the height above the altimeter reference source, which we set is 1800 feet, and our temperature, and we'll go with the more conservative values. So minus 6 degrees outside means for me that we are looking at approximately the minus 10 figures today, and then 2000 feet above that means 2000 correction. In other words, we need to correct any altitude that is below 2600 feet, which is the temperature corrected MSA. So, looking into the actual data then, first of all, do we have any important information in the data block up here? So CDA by ATC if traffic permits, plan continuous descent path according to star, and we're going to do that, and avoid overflying the city of Rovaniemi below 2000 feet. Let's have a look into the RMP. See, Baro VNAV not authorized below minus 20, but we're above that, we're at minus 6. And that's it, okay. No mention of any cold temperature correction there. Would they actually have any cold temperature charts? No, they don't. Okay. Good. So for us, that means we need to correct anything that's below 2,600 feet. So Ropov and Junuka are both below that, so we need to apply correction to both of them. 32.325, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, good day. Helsinki Control, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 450, amount go up.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, SSD, radar contact 3 Mach.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Mach decimal 82.
Unreadable figure.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Mach decimal 82.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, roger. Maintain Mach 0.82 or greater.
Maintain Mach 0.82 or greater, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu.
Control,
Okay, then let's go back into the cold temperature corrections there. And we still need that chart, so let's go with this. Okay, so as said, the temperature corrected MSA is going to be 2,600 feet, and anything below that we need to correct. So that means we go for Ropov and Unuka. Ropov, 1,900 feet above the field, minus 10 degrees. In other words, we take the 200 feet. We take the 200 feet again, so Ropov becomes 2,700. And Unuka is pretty much the same thing, make that 2,600. Both of them are in. And for the missed approach then, what do we actually have for our missed approach? Climbing 2,500, okay, so we gotta correct that as well. So make that 2,700 feet missed approach altitude. Okay. And that is our cold temperature altimeter corrections completed. So you can see that took easily like 5 minutes or so. Therefore, it is quite a good thing to do that rather early in the flight. And you really need to start doing this stuff a little bit later. Sorry, a little bit earlier. A little bit later probably wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? Okay, our minimums, that is at 277 feet above the elevation. So, looking at the cold temperature correction table there again, 300 feet above our destination needs us to add 30 foot to our minima. So if we see 911 on here, we are going to make this one a 941 feet minimums. Okay, so that's the cold temperature corrections all inserted. Let's do the approach briefing then. Threats for the arrival. Well, it is snowing out there, so aircraft controllability on the ground is definitely a little bit of a thing that we need to be aware of. The other thing is that we just got some turbulence and need to reduce speed. A fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, we are picking up some turbulence, we need to reduce to Mach decimal 80. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, we are picking up some turbulence, we are reducing our Mach number to decimal 80. Helsinki, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, do you copy? Helsinki radar, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, radio check on 132.325.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, 325, I was on the that line, making your
fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, we are picking up some turbulence, unable to maintain the speed, we are reducing Mach decimal 80 exactly.
Roger, maintain Mach 0.80, great.
Maintain 0.80 or greater, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu.
FedEx 525 reduced to Mach 0.77 or less. 0.77 or less.
Simon, no need to squawk 7.6 that early. You know, when you can't reach a controller, take a few minutes, try again, and if that doesn't work, go back to the previous frequency. If that doesn't work, try the guard frequency, and if that doesn't work, then you can think about lost comm procedures. By the way, looking at the altitude of the guy below, he's 3,200 feet below us. That doesn't make sense. That would mean he is at 420, but 420 is not an available flight level. Well, doesn't matter. Let's go back to our job and continue with the briefing. That is going to be the controller's problem when he has to apply separation later on. So, auto throttle is doing quite a job there. Well, to continue with the briefing, the other threat for the arrival is going to be the arrival itself. So we do have quite a lot of traffic around, and chances are it is going to be very busy. So we'll just try to stay on top of things, and if there is anything we are unsure about, we're just going to take things slowly and carefully, and we'll figure out ways.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, contact Helsinki 124 and 125.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, please confirm 124.2.
Hey, first 124.2.
Thank you very much. 124.2, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Merry Christmas.
Lot 7001. Please check your frequency. You're not on my area.
Roger.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa. Resume over navigation. Clear direct Nepix. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa. Turn right heading 050. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa, Helsinki. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Papa, turn right heading 050.
Sometimes I have a feeling I'm too nice with the radio discipline. Helsinki radar, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 450 in Mount Goda. Helsinki radar, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 450 in Mount Goda, mark decimal 80.
Hello, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Helsinki control, radar contact. Break, FedEx 525, heading control, radar contact.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, request descent.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descend across Nepix at flight level 100.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent across Nepix at flight level 100. Which speed do you want on conversion?
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu on conversion speed 280 or greater.
Conversion 280 or greater, we will give you 300. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Lufthansa
leaving
5
our cruise level.
Papa, speed 220 knots, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Merry Christmas.
We'll keep an eye on the auto throttle that it actually converts into 300 knots as we've just said. Actually, we can make that easier. Just go to VNAV, descend, 300.8. Looks good. FMS control. And now the auto throttle is gonna do that work for us. Let's quickly see where the other guy is. That he's more than 6 miles behind, so no problem to descend through his level. Okay, so let's continue with the approach briefing then. We've pretty much talked about the threats, so let's go ahead with the star that we're about to fly, and that is the Nepix to Delta arrival. Nepix flight level 100 is what they said, and I believe we actually still need to put that in. I got distracted when that happened. So, flight plan Nepix at 100. Enter. And enter, and whoa, lovely pitch down. Our passengers would have gone flying with that. So descending through the level of that guy, but we're more than 6 miles away. 5 miles would be the legal minimum at these altitudes.
Skylink 231, re-cleared. Descent flight level 130.
Okay, looks good. It's capturing it nicely.
Descend 132.
Okay then, quick look into the VNAV descent schedule. We want 250 below 10... sorry.
Skylink 231.
250
Hold
below
over
10,000.
Inbound course 006.
And 200 within 10 miles, that's good.
And 2 minutes.
And then, from Nepix, we fly towards Ropov, above 2,700 feet corrected, and you can gladly give me a 3.0 degree glide path into there.
Skylink 231, confirm a right hand turn and 2 minutes legs.
Okay.
Right hand turn.
Then, RP approach runway 03 is on a chart 12-1 effective 23rd of April. Approach course 025 and 643 feet elevation, which we have in here as well. MSA 2,600 feet, which is temperature corrected. We start the approach at Unuka, 2,400 feet, and we have that in here as well.
Inbound course 006, right hand.
We can actually set Ropov to an above restriction.
Holding at the Nepix,
And I please want 3 degrees, thank you. Okay, 3 degree descent path down to a minimum of 911, and we have applied temperature correction to become 941.
Zulu, re-cleared, descent flight level 150.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, stop descent flight level 150. Are we expecting holding as well?
Affirm, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, hold over Nepix. Right hand circuits, inbound course 006 and 2 minutes legs.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, hold over Nepix, 066 inbound, right hand turns, and 2 minute lag time.
And FedEx 525, for spacing, turn right heading.
Okay,
050.
let's put that
Descent
holding
flight
in
level
as
16.
well real quick. Oops, no, didn't want that.
Right setting 050 and down.
I want to get rid of those. So, Nepix, hold at waypoint, inbound 066, right hand turns, and lag time is gonna be 2 minutes. And create holding. So that looks like we want to. Let's just hope that we are actually not going to be within IMC then, because extended holding in icing conditions is not going to be possible due to aircraft limitations. But well, we're gonna deal with that when we actually get there. Okay, that's pretty much everything we can say about that. So we've discussed the approach. For the go-around, that is going to be fairly easy maneuver. We are simply going to climb on the runway heading initially until reaching...
Zulu, no speed restrictions for now.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, no speed restriction. We are reducing 220 knots, 220. Absolutely no sense going fast when you have to hold anywhere.
9010, leave Nepix, heading 050.
Double change.
Leave Nepix heading 050,
And fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, I guess it doesn't make a difference that we had an arrival slot.
Fraction 5 X-ray 2 second.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, just to confirm we had an arrival slot at 2122. That does not affect the holding.
Yeah, fraction 5 X-ray 2. We are trying to do our best, but there's only 1 to 2 aircraft before you in a hole, so.
Ah, perfect. Just wanted to be sure that, you know, things weren't missed or something. Alright, no problem at all. We'll join the holding over Nepix and 2 aircraft. Hey, I've been in the holdings for 2 hours already on past events. Okay, so 220 knots. We'll take the plane slow, and then we'll hopefully not have to hold at all. Let's go ahead with the briefing then. Let's see, vertical speed required is now 2,000 feet a minute, and we're actually doing a bit more. I'll just keep it a level change for now, and that is going to make our life a lot easier. So, let's quickly check the holding. Oh, sorry, let's quickly check the missed approach. That is taking us via Romeo Oscar 364 to VECIP, climbing 2,500, and we have 364 VECIP, and we've temperature corrected that to become 2,700 feet. And that is pretty much the entire version of the approach briefing. We are going to vacate the runway to the right-hand side. Sorry, to... Is it left or right? Might actually be going to the right over there. We need a parking chart.
Nordic 9010, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Merry Christmas.
And you guys think a different inbound course for the holding, okay. Let's verify that.
Moonflower 9010, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9. Merry Christmas.
1299.
I was rather sure he said 066. At least that is what I read back, he didn't correct. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, confirm the inbound course of the holding.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, say again.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu for pilot confirmation. Can you confirm the holding instructions?
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, hold over Nepix, right-hand circuits, inbound course 006, and 2 minutes legs.
Thank you very much. Hold over Nepix, right-hand circuits, inbound course 006, 2 minutes lag time, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, you guys were right. You heard it correctly.
Skylink 17, contact feeder 131.
Edit hold, course 006. Enter. So, right turn, 006 inbound, 2 minutes lag time. Safe.
FedEx 525.
Good call, guys, good call.
Navigation, clear direct Nepix.
You should all become first officers. You're doing a good job here.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, contact feeder on 131.65. Merry Christmas.
131.65, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Merry Christmas. Radar, good evening. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descending flight level 150, speed 220 knots, inbound Nepix to hold.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Helsinki control, radar contact.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, do you need us to still reach level 100 as by the previous controller, or can we reach it at 150?
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descend to flight level 150 at your own rate. Nepix Y150 is fine. There's no rush to come down at this moment.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, roger, own rate of descent. Okay, VS 1000. Okay, then where have we left off? Yeah, vacating the runway. So let's see real quick. We're landing on 03, and then it's going to be either left or to Juliet, but we don't want to go to the military, so we'll come off right at hotel. Let's do some mathematics. Performance, landing data. So Rovaniemi 03, weather. Let's get that again. That is from 2050, so that is half an hour old. 070 at 14, 10 kilometers, few 2600, minus 6, 1020. Okay, we can load that in. And you are 070 at 14. Runway data is checked. Landing configuration. It's going to be full flaps. Anti-ice will be on due to the runway definitely still being contaminated. And then... Thrust reverses. Well, let's take it there. We want 15% extra. Auto throttle. Let's calculate auto throttle on. Even though we are probably not going to use it, but let's just calculate it. So we need 3,131. We have 9,813, and it's a 10 knot head and crosswind. Okay, accept landing speeds. 124 knots approach speed, 113 final, and that is sent over to the PFD. Okay. I think with that, we are pretty much done with our setup. So let's go ahead. And Felipe, isn't it a wet landing considering the snow? Did I leave it on dry? You know, that's exactly why we have 2 pilots. So let's see. Oh yeah, up here, runway surface. Actually, it would be contaminated. So after it's been snowing for so long, I'm fairly sure we would have compacted snow on the runway now. So let's see, 3,833 and required rev 10. Okay, we're just gonna accept this data again. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Normally we would choose contaminated for the runway, but we don't have that available over here, so we are just gonna be fine with what we have now. And we slowly start getting into the area where we can see everybody on the TCAS. Look at this. Guys coming in here, guys coming in here, and everybody is heading for some holdings for the arrival into Rovaniemi. Isn't that cool? Let's see if we can see any of that from the outside. No, all we see is vast lands and areas of snow.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu descent 2,000 feet per minute or greater.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu descent at 2,000 feet per minute or greater. That's probably to clear us off the guy on the right hand side there.
At flight level 190.
Yep. Because this would have been a conflict with this gentleman over there. So he's stopping at 19, we're going 2,000 or greater, so by the time he enters our 6-mile ring, and we're in the lower airspace right now, so below flight level 245, so the minimum separation needed is 3 miles, so this guy can go all the way till here, before we would actually be a conflict. But I'm below 190 now, he's leveling off over there, so the controller solved that without any bigger issues. Picking up a bit of extra speed, but no problem, we didn't have an ATC speed restriction at all anymore. Okay, let's get our passengers seated already. We'll also turn on a couple of lights.
Guiding.
And there the other guys are.
Correction, Skyling 17, descent flight level 120.
120, helicopter.
Okay, the FedEx has leveled off. Not a problem anymore. And Canali, that's really neat TCAS. So much more informative data than in the conventional airliners. Yeah, absolutely.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu descent to flight level 140.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu descent flight level 140. Do you still need the rate?
Yeah, maintain the rate for now. We're gonna build quite the stack here.
Roger, maintain 2,000 or greater. Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, so 2 guys in the holding up there.
FedEx 525, descent to flight level 160.
Couple more guys approaching. By the way, I'm absolutely in love with the situational awareness you get from those Garmin displays. They are so much better than what we have in most airliners. That's 1 to go, maintaining the ATC assigned rate of descent.
Radar, hello, runner 556, descending flight level 210.
Ryanair 556, Helsinki control. Radar contact, descent to flight level 190.
From flight level 190, runner 556.
And there, everybody starts popping up who is in that holding. Some more people turning over there. Okay. Let's put a speed of 210 or something like that. That should be a good speed for the least amount of drag. I don't know what the actual minimum drag speed is in this aircraft, but
Fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, descent to 130.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent flight level 130. Set. And that's 130 checked. Vertical speed, 1000 feet a minute. At some point in ATPL theory, they told me that the rate of descent in a holding should be 1500 feet a minute. But in practical terms, in airline flying, we never did that. We always chose 1000 feet a minute.
FedEx 525, descent to flight level 140.
And I'm happy with both.
140.
Okay, so 2 guys in the holding below us. I guess these guys over there are going to another holding, so they are just gonna pick up something somewhere. We are still in VMC, that's good. Because extended holding in icing conditions is a bit of a problem for most aircraft. And Joshua, yes, ich bin Deutsch. And Ryan DYC, are you in the hold too? Yes, we are. They told us earlier we'll be number 2 for the approach, so I don't see any issues there. We'll pick up the holding, and number 2 means probably 2 rounds or something like that. And then we will be able to continue the approach. We have sufficient fuel available, so if we look at this, 3,600 pounds is what we have. We're using 1,500-ish per hour, so we have at least an hour holding time before we need to consider a diversion. Okay, there's another guy, he's descending on top of us, probably also going to enter the holding.
Ryanair 556, descent to flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, Ryanair 556.
Okay, picking up the holding.
And Ryanair 556 maintain a descent rate of 2,500 feet per
And we
minute.
can reduce that half bank over there.
2,500 feet.
The airplane should do that automatically in the holding anyway.
Row 1 Merry Christmas, Channel 6270 Papa, descending level 210, information, Lima, speed 270.
George, does the aircraft have strobes? Yeah, of course.
Ryanair 556.
And Joshua, we're sitting in the citation longitude.
Descend flight level 150, Ryanair.
Almost full moon. That makes it look really good, doesn't it?
Radar contact. Ryanair 464 descent to flight level 270. Thank you, that's right.
Hello, Channel 6270 Papa, level 210,
Skylink 231. Descent flight level.
It's funny, George, now that you talk about the aircraft having strobes, I actually don't see anything flashing in white over there.
Skylink 231 cancel hold after Nepix fly heading 050.
Let's see real quick if I forgot to turn something on.
Fly 050 over after Nepix 050.
So this is what we have. Landing lights, taxi lights, recognition lights. Let's see what they are.
Calling 17.
The recognition lights are only the ones down here.
Channel 6 to Charlie Papa, how do you read?
Pulse lights, let's put those on.
Channel 6 to Charlie.
So that is the pulse
Papa,
lights.
Thank you. Now, course 70, descending level 210 and the speed is to 70.
Channel
But that seems to be it, really.
to Charlie Papa. Radar contact and descend flight level.
By the way, isn't it absolutely amazing how good everything is visible down on the ground at night with the moon up? So look at... where is it? Look at this. In the first year that I've been flying as an airline pilot, we had an arrival at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
5 X-ray Zulu, descend to flight level 120.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descend flight level 120. That vertical speed,
Ryanair
1,000 feet a minute.
descend to flight level 250.
So that guy is above us, that guy is below us and doing something but not holding. So in my first year as an airline pilot, I had an arrival at like 1 AM in the morning at my home base, and that was on my birthday. It had just snowed on the same day and everything's been white outside, and we've had full moon, no clouds whatsoever. ATC took us for whatever reason really low, so 3,000 feet over like 1,000 foot hills, and at those 3,000 feet we then received some delay vectors due to a huge inbound flow at our destination airport. So we've got delays for like 15-20 minutes or something, with visibility outside being as good at 1 o'clock in the night as it is right now here in the simulator. And at that point the captain was like, well, happy birthday, enjoy, disconnect the autopilot, enjoy your hand flying, happy birthday. That was really nice. That was really, really nice. That was pretty much like VFR flying at night. Because in the end ATC just said, yeah, as long as you remain down at 3,000 you can do whatever you want. If you want to do some sightseeing, enjoy. You have 15 minutes to spend. And then we indeed did some sightseeing over a totally snowy area. That was so cool. That really was flying the 737 like flying a Cessna 150 on a joyride, you know? So cool. I'm never gonna forget that. It surely was my favorite birthday present ever so far.
FedEx 525, descend to flight level
And
130.
the scenario up here just really reminds me of that.
Control, hello, descend for Romeo Kilo, flight level 290, ground Netflix.
Last station policy.
And Felipe, it wasn't VFR, it was still IFR, but visual maneuvering.
Vision for Romeo Kilo, healthy control, radar contact. Descend, flight level 250.
Continue descent, flight level 250, vision for Romeo Kilo.
And Forza Elite, the strobe lights are the beacon lights. That's interesting, I never saw a red strobe light yet, but it really seems like it.
Level 240.
Must be a general aviation thing, that they are allowed to do something like that. And by the way, oh, that's our destination. By the way, I really love the looks of the Longitude. That is such a sexy aircraft, isn't it? I mean, look at this.
Ryanair 556, 10 flight level 140. 10 flight level 140.
This is an incredible plane, isn't it? A really incredible one. And now that it got some decent avionics, I absolutely see myself flying that one a bit more often.
70.
Oscar, I'm German.
Shanex 62 Charlie Papa, maintain 2,500 feet or greater per minute or greater descent rate.
Isn't this totally beautiful?
That's fine, I just need to get down.
Isn't this like totally beautiful out here? Somewhere up in the north. We're actually at the polar circle right now.
Descent flight level 100.
And
hold after Nebic, fly heading 050.
the terrain is just absolutely beautiful.
The 100, the Nebic 050, very confident.
Look at this frozen river that we're currently flying over. And then you have those street lights next to it. That's incredible. Such a beautiful simulator.
Ryanair 464, descent flight level 180. Descending 180. Beauty 25 Sierra, descent flight level 210. Dinner 5 Charlie, descent flight level 260. Descent flight level 260. Shanex 62 Charlie Papa, descent flight level 150.
Level 150 and confirm all speed in the whole 60
So let's see how long those holdings are eventually going to be. We're just turning outbound for the second leg.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent to flight level 110.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent flight level 110. Set, 110 checked, vertical speed.
Vision 2 Delta Whiskey Hello, level 29.
So originally the plan is Napix at level 100, and from there you can proceed straight in for the arrival. There is one guy in front of us who is at 110 right now. I guess he's probably at 100 right now. I guess he's probably going to resume his approach, and thereafter when he's in, it's probably going to be our turn. But they do have a second holding stack in the vicinity, so that second holding stack might bring an aircraft in the meantime as well, while we are still in the holding.
FedEx 525, descent to flight level 120.
Turn this all the way down. But look at how much less you can see from the inside when you're looking out than we could see from the outside view. That is of course due to these screens being so incredibly bright. But not a lot we can do about that at the moment.
Beauty 25 Sierra, descent to flight level 180.
Descent level 180.
And Forza Elite, yeah, I could turn down the avionics brightness right now, but when I do that, there is always one problem with that. That is, your eyes really get used to the almost darkness, but then, what happens thereafter is that when you actually come in for the landing and you see the lights of the runway, they are really going to be blinding. That's why I'm not a huge fan of reducing the brightness like to the very low levels like some other people do. So I rather have it something like this, and unfortunately we cannot dim the stamper instrument. So we gotta keep like a little bit brightness anyway, because that thing is gonna stay bright. Well, let's turn that up again, at least a tiny bit, so that we can see at least something. Personally, I always like to see a little bit of the aircraft. The only situation in which I really turn the lights all the way down is sometimes in cruise, when you have a really clear view of the sky. And sometimes I just turn all the lights off and turn the displays completely down, which still provides a little bit of brightness, unlike in the simulator. And then just enjoy the view outside. If you do that, it really starts looking like this. And I did have some flights where we could see the sky as clear as we do in the simulator right now. And on those flights, you know, I sat there at 2 AM in the morning and just looked out at the sky for half an hour-ish. This is beautiful as well, isn't it? Somebody else in the holding over there. But look at the sky, how clear everything is up here in the north. Very little pollution in the air. And Canali, being around an area with no light pollution is like a completely different world. Yeah, absolutely. And Ryan DYC, do you get those skies more on nights without a new moon? No, it doesn't really matter on the moon too much. It's more the area around you. Mostly the pollution of the sky that's making the difference. Now just imagine what it would look like if we had some northern lights over here right now. That'd be beautiful. And of course at the same time everything is bright enough that you can see the terrain outside. That's just making things even more beautiful. But to be entirely clear, this is actually totally realistic right now. So, with the moon, look at that, it's almost full moon. With the moon that bright and a snowy area out there, things are really this bright at night in real life as well. So this is not a simulator problem or something, this is actually what it's like in real life. So, what's our holding doing?
Jet 805 has control.
Inbound NAPIX, fuel status is more than sufficient. Let's see if we approach the 20 minutes in the holding. It's another one round and then we should get our approach. Otherwise, otherwise the approach controller would...
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent flight level 100. Cancel hold after NAPIX, fly heading 050.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent flight level 100. Cancel the hold and after NAPIX heading 050. Okay, didn't I just talk about it? So, heading 050 is pre-selected. We'll let the FMS start the turn and then we'll switch to heading select manually.
FedEx 525, descent to flight level 110.
Flight level 110.
Finnair 5 charge, descent flight
There
level
really is no way
190.
to dim that standby instrument. Let me take a screenshot of that and I'm gonna put that in the working title Discord after the live stream.
Vision 2 Delta Whiskey, descent flight level 210.
Okay, can we see anything?
Jet 805,
Not really.
descent flight level 250.
Such a beautiful world. It's almost a pity that I have to return to the flight deck right now
And Jet 805, confirm you've been given
start some
information
piloting
to
stuff
hold.
again.
Thank you. Ryanair 556, descent
And
flight level
Felipe, got to
120.
go, gonna go for flight training. See ya, Captain. Alright, well, enjoy your flight training. That of course takes precedence. Thank you very much for sticking around, Felipe. It's been nice to have you here. Okay, heading.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, contact radar 129.9.
129.9, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Obanyami radar low, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, flight level 100, heading 050, information Mike.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, hello, radar contact.
So, maintaining 100, let's put a couple of those lights on.
Ryder 71 Echo Mike.
Contracts. Fuel is balanced and we have 2 pumps on. Lights on, angle of bank 25, air conditioning and pressurization is already down at the airport level, 4.4 psi set. Fasten belts on, and 1 to 1.5 is deselected. 10 checks complete.
Calling 2317 left heading 3.
So let's see the next round.
10 left heading 300, scaling
Getting a little bit closer to Rovaniemi City up there.
Calling 17, 75 knots, speed unit.
The 75,1020.
Doctors, the guy on the tower is a bit overwhelmed and we've built up a traffic jam of 4 planes at the apron. Yeah. They really only get to see this much traffic once a year at airports like these. That's the reason why they might be a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of traffic.
Calling 170, correct.
Otherwise, they always have their large Helsinki airport that all these guys are normally controlling. That's why things are a little bit, you know, more crowded here.
Alpine 5, Papa Uniform, then right heading 120.
120 Alpha, Papa Uniform.
Okay. So we can actually see the runway lights over there. And I'm just getting a couple private messages from a guy I know for a long time. From a guy whom I know for a long time, and he's actually a real-life NetJets pilot. So he's just texted me as well, because he told me once how NetJets makes up their call signs. And if you're going into an airport that requires slots, they always use different call signs than they normally would.
Also, I had some network problems. If you just checked in, say again, Ryder 71 Echo Mike, are you on the frequency?
71 Echo Mike, we are here.
Ryder 71 Echo Mike, contact arrival 118.
Oh, so there is another arrival frequency even. Alright, anyway, we are just going to enjoy the absolutely beautiful views at the moment. And oh, the Danish flyer, how long has the hold been? Like 15 minutes. And right now they've taken us out of the hold and we are actually on a delay vector.
Dinner 1 and 4 Juliet, then right heading 180 down. Calling 17, then left heading 350 down.
Left just request 0, 3.0.
EDC 9 Romeo, Papa turn right heading 03 down.
Well, let's head back into the flight deck and
Alpine 5 Papa Uniform,
try to see what we're up to.
210 Alpine 5 Papa Uniform.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, how many track miles can we expect?
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, You can expect 75 track miles until that touchdown.
7.5, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, thank you. Okay, 75 miles, so it is going to be a little while. We'll keep the airspeed slow because the mileage he gave us is based on everything that's going around us. So if we increased our speed now, that would only give us more track miles. So we're just going to keep things slow, and 75 miles isn't too much. We're just going to enjoy the lovely scenery. We have plenty of fuel available as well, so that's really it. We're just gonna stay here and enjoy the continued ride.
Traffic turn left heading 350.
And Forza Elite, how does your friend like NetJets, or does he prefer it over airlines? Yes, he does. He's actually flown on the airlines for a couple years and thereafter changed to NetJets, and he's there for like 20 years now. And he says it's the best company ever. And to be honest, if I had the chance to go to NetJets, I would probably do the same.
Right turn.
Must be a really interesting operation that they do. You're flying some very interesting aircraft on interesting routes with interesting passengers, so it sounds like a very interesting way of flying there.
69 Papa Juliet, flight level 102, heading to 020.
Continue.
Continue to 69 Papa Juliet.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, turn left heading 020.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, turn left heading 020.
Alpine 5, Papa
Okay,
Uniform,
heading
10,
020.
Feet QNH 1020, speed 220.
So, after all, there used to be a very good reason why we took that extra fuel. Because if we went without any extra fuel, so if we really went with the minimum IFR fuel, we would probably have used up all our diversion fuel by now. So it's a really good thing that we just took what we had. And now we have plenty of fuel in the tanks, plenty of options. And by the way, that is something that they do really a lot in the business aviation world. So in business aviation, the priority really is to get the customer where they want to be. And if that means you enter a holding for an hour or two, so be it. There have been cases where in business jets where they departed from an airport.
X-ray Zulu descent flight level 70.
Action 5 X-ray Zulu descent flight level 70. Okay, set. 70 checked. Vertical speed. So there have been cases in business aviation where they took off from an airport, they flew for 2 hours or 3 hours, and then the passenger noticed, oh, they forgot their wallet at the departure airport. The plane turned around, flew back, collected that wallet, and then they made their way again. Oh, that looks like some traffic over there.
Descent to flight level 70. Right, heading 130, heading correction.
Let's expedite that descent a little.
Easy 69 Papa Juliet, turn right, heading 030.
Right heading 030, 69 Papa Juliet.
Providing the radar, good evening, FedEx 525.
FedEx 525, good evening, radar contact, expect around 80 track miles until touchdown. Speedbird 9076, resume on navigation, proceed direct to Rotko. Contact Helsinki 126.
Okay, that guy is turning away, good. Then let's go VS 500 once again. And we will be clear of this guy. And we cleared this guy as well.
November Victor, turn right heading 030.
Right 030,
Alpine 5 Papa Uniform, contact arrival 118.6.
Arrival 118.6, Alpine 5, Papa.
And George, it would be funny now to declare a 30-minute fuel emergency. Oh yes. But VATSIM has a rule there that says that the controller may at any time ask a pilot to cancel an emergency or log off the network. And I guess with this much traffic that would probably happen. They would just tell you, okay, we're sorry to hear that, but with the amount of pilots around, please log off. Which I could absolutely understand if they did it.
And so 1 Hotel Papa radar contact. Expect around 75 Thrustmaster till touchdown.
75 miles, that's ahead.
Was it Center 1?
5 X-ray Zulu, turn left, heading 200, descent flight level 60.
Action 5 X-ray Zulu, turn left heading 200, descent flight level 60, and confirm we just had Center 1 on frequency.
You asked for Santa 1?
I'm just wondering if we finally hear Santa Claus. People are asking for 3 hours on my live stream if we ever see him today.
I'm pretty sure you'll see him on the ground at least. There has been a few Santas here flying today, so I'm sure you'll see him at some point.
Oh, wow.
ED2, 9 Romeo, Papa 10, parked at speed QNH1020, turn right.
Just had to ask it.
Right, turn heading to 105,000, 1020 QNH, 29 Romeo.
ED6, 9 Papa Julian, turn right heading 110, descent to flight level 70.
Right heading 110, descent is flight level 70, using 69 Papa Julian.
Skyling 17, speed 220 knots, contact arrival 118.6.
118.6, speed 220, scanning 17
Fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, speed 220 knots.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, speed 220 knots. Okay.
Sunset 9 kilo charge, speed 220 knots, contact arrival 118.6.
On to go. Speed 220. And I guess we can pre-select the 1186 already.
Radar still 177 knots, 29 Romeo Papa.
E2 Romeo Papa, speed 250 knots.
Sebastian, have I ever tried Pro ATC? Yes, and I deleted it as quickly as I installed it.
Left heading 0.
Confirm that.
Okay, there's our airport.
Heading 0.
Would be lovely just to ask for a straight-in visual approach right now.
That's 1 Hotel Papa, turn right heading 0. Fraction 5, X-ray Zulu, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1020, contact arrival 118.6.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, descent 5000, QNH 1020, 118.6. Okay, 5000, set 1020, and we'll contact 118.6. Quickly check the B012 inches.
Ryanair 71 Echo Mike, sure you can control contact tower now 118.7, bye bye.
18.7, Ryanair 71 Echo Mike, thank you, bye bye.
Skyling 231, reduce speed to 160 knots or less.
Reduce to 160, scaling 231.
Arrival hello, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, arrival hello. Alpine 5 Papa Uniform, reduce speed to 190 knots.
Speed 190 knots, Alpine 5 Papa.
Alpine 5 Papa Uniform, turn left heading 070, clear RMP approach, runway 03, report established an approach course. And you can descend to 2,500 feet.
Yeah, Ilari, you say it. Sometimes they allow it in real life, but there seems to be a tad too much traffic for that.
Alpine 5 Papa Uniform, left heading 070.
Yeah,
2,500 feet, clear RMP
this is...
runway 03.
Well, first of all, we would not even be legal to do self-maneuvering below the NSA at night. And of course, with the amount of traffic here, no way we're gonna do that. I still remember the live stream where they gave us like a 1 hour slot for an IFR departure in Hamburg with the Honda jet. I mean, we just went VFR departure, IFR pickup, but we can't do that today. We really can't. Even though I would absolutely love to, but somebody's gonna kill me if I do.
Steven Papa Justy and can you repeat the heading please? 93 Kilo Delta, turn left heading 270. Left heading 270, leaving 93 Delta.
Skylink 21, establish RNT to the runway 03.
Skylink 231, contact tower 118.7.
Contact 118.7, Skylink 231, Merry Christmas, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas. I'm just 9 Kilo Charlie, descend to...
Okay, about to level off at 5,000. And since we're finally clear to an altitude, let's go ahead and read the descent and approach checklists.
9 Kilo Charlie.
Pressurization. Landing elevation 634 feet set. Altimeters 1020 set. Exterior lights on. Descent checklist complete. And the approach checklist straight away. Landing data confirmed. Ice protection off. Flight instruments avionics checked set. Crew briefing complete. Action 5 X-ray Zulu, speed 200 knots. Okay, continue the approach checks. Flight instruments avionics checked set. Crew briefing complete. Passenger briefing complete. Seatbelts on. Approach checklist complete. Okay. So that guy's no, they just said left 070, so there's probably someone going in from there. I guess then it's gonna be this guy's turn. Oh yeah, over here we can see it better. This guy's going final, then this guy's gonna be next. Then I guess him in front of us. So we will be number 4 to be turned to the final right now, if I'm not mistaken. So, airborne 4, 3 hours 10.
260, 2,500 feet, California.
But this is actually pretty similar to this is pretty similar to how they actually land at my home base at night when we get the inbound rush. So let's activate the leg to rope off, because I have a feeling we will eventually be turned inbound. Well, I hope we will eventually be. But yeah, he's going right. Then it's probably going to be him next, and then finally us. That is my guess here.
Protein 360, clear again, net approach 03, report established, California.
Alpine 5, Papa Uniform, established final course, runway 03.
Alpine 5, Papa Uniform, contact tower 118.7.
1 minute, headed to 7, Alpine 5, Papa Uniform.
Let's see if we can spot them. So that guy over there, then I think him is gonna be next. That little red light over there, if you can see that on the live stream. And then it's gonna be our turn.
Skylik 17, right turn heading 360, clear RMP approach runway 03, QNH 1020.
360, clear again, net approach runway 03, 1020, California.
Tomjet 9 Kilo Charlie, speed 160 knots, maintain until 4 mile final.
Okay, speed 160 till 4. We can do that easily, but we might give him a warning that we will, oh, is that guy flying there?
17, right 360, for RMP 03.
Trying to follow that, what he's doing, as he seems really low down there.
Correction, 5 X-ray Zulu, turn right heading 300.
Action 5 X-ray Zulu, turn right heading 300. So, heading 300. Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, for your planning, our final approach speed will be 120, but we're able 160 until 4.
Roger. Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, turn further right heading 340, descent 2500.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, right heading 340, descent 2500.
Easy to on Roma Papa speed 190, descent 2500 feet.
So, let's see, we need 1,200 feet a minute to go back on profile, then let's do just that.
Tom Jet 9 Kilo Charlie on the tower 118.7.
Okay, there's the next guy coming, but we're in front of him.
Tower 118.7.
And he's over there.
X-ray Zulu, further right turning 360, cleared RMP approach runway 03, QNH 1020.
Fraction 5 X-Ray Zulu, right heading 360, cleared RMP, runway 03, QNH 1020.
Skylink 1.
Okay, we have 1020, that heading leads us pretty much directly to Rapov. You know what, we'll just go direct to Rapov. Like this. Nah.
Arrive on QBL
Then we'll just reduce speed by like 10 knots or so, as we're doing a couple less track miles.
Heading 195.
Right on.
EC69 Papa Juliet.
Hello, EC69 Papa Juliet, radar contact, turn left heading 150. Descent 2500. 69 Papa Juliet, descent 2500.
So, minimum separation to the preceding is going to be in the region of about 3 nautical miles. I don't think that this airport is approved for a minimum, for reduced runway separation.
Correct, 525, descent 2500.
2500.
EC69 Papa Juliet, further left heading 100.
And we do take note, ATC cleared us down to 2,500 feet. That is below the temperature corrected MSA. So we are descending below the MSA here.
Direction 5 X-ray, Zulu speed 160 knots until 4 DME.
Section 5 X-ray Zulu, speed 160 knots until 4 miles.
Oh, if you can do 150, that would be fine.
Absolutely, speed 150.
Thank you.
Okay, because that guy in front there is coming really close now.
EC69 Papa Juliet, 62
EC69 Papa Juliet.
Let's help it a little bit.
180.
180 knots, EC69 Papa Juliet.
Right on.
Because this guy is now almost at 3 miles.
Skylink 175 feet until practical contact.
And flaps 1.
418.7, high speed is 3 control.
Approach November vector 5000.
I'm just gonna help him a bit more here and go to 140 knots.
Fly heading 200, descent 2500.
Hey, Patron.
500 heading 200 and at speed with 7 to 1 energy.
Santa 1, you heard it? There he is. We found Santa Claus. Okay, flaps 2.
EC69 Papa Juliet, left 070, cleared RFP approach, runway 03, QNH 1020.
Right heading 090, clear 9. Correction, that would be 03, QNH 1022.
EC29 Romeo Papa speed 160 knots until 4 mile final.
164, EC29 Romeo Papa.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu contact tower 1187.
1187, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Open Tower, good evening, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, RMP approach 03.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, Roman Tower, good evening. Reduce minimum approach speed and wind 060 degrees 14 knots, runway 03, continue approach.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulu, reduce minimum approach speed, that's gonna be 120. Okay, if he wants it, he gets it. So, gear down, flaps full. But the guy behind us is going to come too close to us now. Glide path capture. 2,700 feet set. Verify those speeds once again. Here we go, 122 approach speed. Landing checklist. Landing gear down, flaps full, lights. Let's turn the taxi light on already. Okay, lights on, speed brake retracted, auto ground spoilers armed, EIS and CAS checked, and we'll stand by on the autopilot. Let's turn the engine anti-ice on. Visibility is slightly deteriorating here.
Okay, clear.
So this is the problem now. The guy behind us will come too close and he will have to go around. We can see that already, he's coming much too close. The tower should not have reduced us to the final approach speed. They probably underestimated how slow that would be on a business jet. But that's why I told him what our final approach speed is going to be. And with that information he could have reversed his decision, but he didn't, so in the end we are just obeying the ATC speed instruction. In the end it's not our problem if they create such a conflict themselves.
Hello.
Okay, minimum will continue for now. We don't have landing clearance. It's over 3 clear to land, fraction 5 X-ray Zulu. Okay, autopilot and auto throttle off.
Approach 3, Sudan Romeo Papa.
Ooh. Yep, that is definitely slippery here. 80 knots. And let's take the exit straight away. But the runway is contaminated, we need to go slow on this.
Yeah, left on there, and it's first time. Skylinks 17, back city stand 5.
Stand by, just gonna go to it.
So here's the whole throttle line, let's get it behind that.
Stellan 3, Sudan Romeo Papa.
Fraction 5 X-ray Romeo Papa, taxi stand 2.
Fraction 5 X-ray Zulus, taxi stand 2.
Easy 69 Papa Juliet.
Easy 69 Papa Juliet, go ahead.
Okay, stand 2 is basically straight ahead, and at the end the second stands to our left hand side after we made that turn. So, flaps should be clean. Man, look at how quick our plane gets. Quite a downslope here. And we're on the ice.
We want minimum EC69 Papa Juliet.
After landing checklist. Thrust reverser stowed, flaps up, ice protection on, exterior lights set. After landing checklist complete.
Expediting to Nano.
Shall we give GSX a try?
Provo name is our FedEx Market. FedEx Market is not on it. Provo name is our continue approach. Copy.
Okay, that 737 is in far enough.
Clear to land runway 02, 69 Papa Juliet.
So this is stand 1, even though it's pretty much impossible to read anything.
Taxi stand 6,
There's just too much snow over here. But where's the marshaller? There he is. Okay. Taxi light off. Interior lights off, that way we can see a bit better. And here we go. Come on, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. And here we are. Would be nice if you used the ICAO standard signals.
We're already a shot line.
Okay, and confirm your squawking. Actually, you don't have squawk code. So squawk 1, 2, 2, 2.
1 and then triple down the squawk.
Yeah, well, good job GSX. How am I supposed to see the marshaller like this? You use it once, it screws you once. Okay, so floodlights on, and we have everything set up here. Let's set the stabilizer already in the trim for the next departure. That's better, and shutting down.
Okay, give away the company and taxi to stand 0 distance.
Negative taxi to stand 7.
Okay, let's deselect the ATC frequency, squawk 2000, and run the run the parking checklist. We do actually have an external power over here. Very nice. And we can shut the APU down. Let's hope that it won't get cold too quick. Shutdown checklist. Throttles, idle, park brake, set, ice protection. Oh yeah. Alright, nice, that turned itself off automatically. Engines stopped, seatbelts off, APU off, CAS messages. So what do we have here? That is all checked. Main batteries. Oops. Main batteries on, standby power on, and shutdown checklist complete. Alright guys, I really hope that you have enjoyed this flight. By the way, why is the transponder still on? Give me standby, please. So I really hope that you guys have enjoyed the flight to Rovaniemi today. Personally, I heard Santa a couple times, I didn't see him yet. And anti-collision off. So I heard Santa a few times, I didn't see him yet, but nonetheless, I will now head out and try to actually find him. Just look at that amount of traffic, that is crazy, isn't it? Oh, and look at that marshaller. That was close. And he wanted us to go further, you remember that? Yeah, I know why I stopped here. Okay, so thank you very much guys. I really hope you have enjoyed the flight today. I'm looking forward to see you all again on the next one. Until then, as always, like, comment and subscribe. And if you do want to support my channel, or if you want to support me collecting money for the Honeycomb Bravo Throttle, you can see that little bar on the top right over there. Then I would be very happy if you did a small donation through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below, or maybe through any of the super features here on YouTube. Anyway, I hope that you have enjoyed today, and I am very much looking forward to welcome you again to another flight, hopefully very soon. Until then, thank you very much for joining, Merry Christmas, and I hope to see you all again, hopefully very soon.